Good morning, everybody. Saturday, February 8th, 8:41 a.m. Deliberations, Group 5. I think when we paused last night, we had just completed deliberations on proposal number 151, so we'll go ahead and pick up this morning with 152. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Jason Pollock, Yakutat Area Management Biologist for Sportfish Division. Proposal 152, 5AAC, 30.365, Seatuck Anklin Inlet and Lost River King Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 152 seeks to amend the Seatuck Anklin Inlet and Lost River King Salmon Fisheries Management Plan to reflect recent management strategies. Currently, the Seatuck Anklin Inlet and Lost River King Salmon Fisheries Management Plan uses projected estimates of escapement to direct the department on how to manage the sport, commercial, and subsistence fisheries in the Seatuck Anklin Estuary and the Seatuck River proper. If the proposal were adopted, sport, commercial, and subsistence fisheries would be managed based on actual weir counts versus projected escapement. Fishing for king salmon would be prohibited until at least 450 large king salmon have passed the Seatuck weir. When 450 large king salmon have passed the weir, limited harvest opportunity may be provided, and the proposed plan includes a provision that provides a priority to subsistence fisheries over sport and commercial fisheries when coming out of restrictions. This proposal would close sport fishing for king salmon upstream of the weir until 1,050 large king salmon have passed the weir. It would also update the southern boundary of the Seatuck River troll fishery closure area to provide consistency with the 2018 board action taken on 5AAC 29.100 that addressed a change in the location of the terminus of the river mouth and updates for the location of coordinates along the 3 nautical mile limit line. In recent years, the department has been more conservative in the early season than the management plan calls for, given the period of low productivity observed for king salmon in the Seatuck River and across southeast Alaska. This has included being more restrictive in the management of the subsistence and commercial gillnet fisheries and using emergency order authority to proactively close the sport fishery for king salmon to ensure the biological escapement goal is met. This proposal would more closely align the management plan with the management actions the department has implemented in recent years. Since 2005, the department has restricted fisheries to achieve the king salmon escapement goal, and in recent years has closed fisheries pre-season to help ensure escapement goals for king salmon are achieved. The department submitted and supports this proposal.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I don't think we need to rehash a lot of what's going on here in regards to king salmon, but I like the idea of actual counts versus projection for sure. I think it's a much more real number.
Mr. Wood.
I'm also really supportive of that, especially in light of yesterday's conversation. So I think the department is doing due diligence and being conservative managing this way, and I appreciate this proposal.
I'll just offer to the conversation that yesterday during committee of the whole that the Yakutat AC had corrected their comments. I think their previously submitted comments and were in unanimous support. At least that's what my notes show. Other board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I will also, before I do cost, reference my comments that I made yesterday for the subsistence review for this particular area. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Wida.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, call the roll.
Final action on proposal 152. Svensson.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 153.
Madam Chair, Jason Pollock, Sportfish, Yakutat. Proposal 153, 5AAC 47.023, special provisions for seasons bag possession, annual and size limits, and methods and means for the freshwaters of the Southeast Alaska area, and 5AAC 30.365, Seatuck Anklin Inlet and Lost River King Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Move to adopt proposal 153 with substitute language found in RC 187.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board has before it the language in RC 187 in lieu of the language in 153. Staff comments, please.
Proposal 153 would close sport fishing in the Seatuck River 50 yards upstream and 50 yards downstream of the 9-mile bridge on Forest Highway 10 from for RC 187, it would be from June 15th through August 15th until the upper end of the king salmon escapement goal of 1,050 fish is met. Currently, this section of the Seatuck River is open to sport fishing year-round. If the proposal were adopted, sport fishing would be closed in a relatively small area with high historical use given its ease of access. Closing this area could have positive effects of protecting the numerous king salmon that hold in the man-made deep water hole adjacent to the boat ramp, but eliminate harvest opportunity for sockeye salmon at this location. Due to the deep water under and downstream of the bridge, large numbers of king salmon and sockeye salmon hold in this location throughout the run. As a result, large numbers of anglers pursue sockeye salmon in this small area and in the process inadvertently hook king salmon. The department supports this proposal. This action is expected to reduce incidental mortality of king salmon and reduce congestion in the vicinity of the boat launch. Angler opportunity for sockeye salmon will be reduced, but additional fishing area is available immediately upstream and downstream of this location. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, I'll speak quickly to the substitute language. The general theme of Proposal 153 is found in RC 187. All it does is moves the date from the 1st of June to the 15th. Other than that, it's just dealing with a really small area and a problem that occurs there. And I believe that the department's language that they suggested with June 15th alleviates it and will help, deal with this problem. So I'll support it.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I support it as well. We heard in public testimony about the salmon reds that are down in there and the spawning and the potential for, disturbing the gravel. That was in public comment, and I would also note that the Yakutat AC supported this.
Yeah, I'll support it too. I mean, I could have been supportive of even a broader range of time, but I think this is sufficient, and I will also note that the Yakutat Tlingit tribe was also in support of the proposal. Mr. Carpenter?
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs to the department. I call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Weta?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 153 as amended. Godfrey.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 154.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Pollock, Yakutat Sportfish. Proposal 154, 5AAC 47.023, special provisions for seasons bag possession, annual and size limits, and methods and means for the freshwaters of the Southeast Alaska area.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 154 would close an additional 4 river miles to sport fishing in the Seatuck River from fishing game markers located at the West Fork of the Seatuck River confluence to fishing game markers located at the outlet of Seatuck Lake from April 15th to May 15th. Currently, an approximately 2-mile section of the Seatuck River is closed to fishing to protect spawning steelhead trout from April 15th to May 15th. If this proposal were adopted, additional waters would be closed to sport fishing in the upper Seatuck River for 1 month during the steelhead season, reducing angling pressure on spawning steelhead. A large number of steelhead anglers may be displaced to other areas of the Seatuck River. In 2000, the board adopted a proposal to close a 2-mile section of the upper Seatuck River to all sport fishing from April 15th to May 15th to protect spawning steelhead. The current closed area encompasses an area that has historically seen a high density of spawning fish and is the reason it was selected. The department opposes this proposal. The department believes the current conservative sport fishing regulations with limited harvest opportunity combined with the existing spawning area closure is sufficient protection given current trends in steelhead abundance. Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Just a question to the department. I'm looking at the map on, or the chart on figure 154-1. So we have the closed area that the board adopted a few years back, the black area. In the black and white dots, or whatever you want to call them, are the proposed closure area. Does most of the steelhead fishing take place from the bridge down towards the mouth of the river when the drift, those guys are drifting the river and then pulling off and fishing? Or how much fishing occurs above the bridge currently?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah. So using that figure 154-1, the map, you touched on it. The majority, if not all, the boat fishing occurs downstream of the bridge because that's the boat launch put in right at the bridge, and then downstream is lower landing boat launch where they take out. So boat fishing takes place downstream of the bridge. However, a large majority of anglers access the sport fishery by foot, and the upper section that is the proposed section the area being proposed to be closed is a high-use area for foot anglers for steelhead fishermen, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Mr. Wood.
So is any part of the hashed lines there, the black and white lines, is there more spawning in one area than the other? Like right off the road system, if you go upriver, you've got that black and white line and then the closed section, and then you've got the next black and white line that goes up into the lake. Is there more spawning in one of those than the other one?
Through the chair, Mr. Woods, I think the current closure area, based on historical float surveys during spawning, identified a very high-use area, and that's why that area was selected. To answer your question about the other proposed areas above and below that closure, there is spawning that takes place in those areas. As far as like density and length of the river, it's really intermittent. You can walk like a 100-yard section and there's spawning that takes place, but there are also large areas where there is no spawning taking place. And that can be frankly said for the entire Seatuck River, even downstream of the bridge.
Okay. Thanks. I mean, one of the problems with closing areas that I see is often, then you start to kind of congregating like users into a one area more and thus impacting it more rather than diluting the impact, So I have a hard time with the idea of, like, if action was taken by the other board to identify this area that needed protection, to close off the whole part would just further push people into that funnel of, and so I don't know, I have to listen to others, but I've got a hard time, knowing that that's the human nature, I've got a hard time supporting this.
Mr. Chamberlain.
I conversely have a hard time not supporting this. I'm looking at the figures 152-1 and 152-2, that graph is horrendous. That just shows decades of failure and and recruitment failure for these salmon. My big concern over this meeting is that we've not done enough to protect the salmon resources, and I think this is Exhibit A. This is a catastrophic failure of an important river and a salmon resource and spawning area. I think every step that needs to be taken to protect that spawning area needs to be taken. I have drastic concerns over the health of the wild king stocks in this area. So right now I'm strongly leaning towards supporting unless I'm missing other information. Thank you.
Director Payton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to remind board members, I think the figure Member Chamberlain is referring to, 154-2, is for steelhead weir counts, not salmon, and it is also not an escapement goal. It's just an average index count, and it's trending with regional-wide abundance of steelhead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, for correction, I'm referring to 152-2, which is Seatuck River King Salmon Run reconstruction, and 152-1, which is escapements. Thank you.
Yep, but we're on proposal 154. Mr. Swenson?
Trying to think of what my question was now. Is this a high area of where do the king salmon spawn in this area as much as the steelhead do?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, king salmon primarily spawn up towards the lake, but I think to address Mr. Chamberlain's concern, the timing is the issue here. Steelhead run in the spring, in March and April, and that's kind of what these counts pertain to. The counts on figure 152-1 and 2, those are primarily enumerated in June, July, and part of August. So there really is no overlap there, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chamberlain?
So with that clarification made, I still express my concerns over conservation of the salmon. I think those stand valid, but given that we're ahead of the king salmon run, I'm slipping more to neutral on this one.
Mr. Zare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of firsthand knowledge of dealing with salmon eggs in spawning beds, whether put there by the fish or with like in-stream incubation methods and stuff. And so anytime the issue of walking on spawning beds come up, it kind of raises a red flag with me. But I also realize that I'm sure fishing game is well aware of how easily salmon eggs are killed by even really minimal amount of movement during that critical stage period that they go through and after they're fertilized, and certainly anyway. So, but I guess that's figured into the management is what it is, because like up where I'm from, in my experiences, people really, try not to walk on spawning beds. But if there's a lot of fish and it's not I guess this is a question for the department. I guess you guys figure it into your management. If the stock is doing good, you just let it happen because there's so many people down in this neck of the woods, and could you just speak to that a little bit? I mean, you must be aware of how easily eggs are killed. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Zare, on the Seatuck River, it's a very popular sport fishing river, and there are an extensive amount of angler trails along the river, but on both sides of the river, frankly. And primarily how anglers access those fisheries is through the angler trails. When they find a spot they want to fish, they do enter the river and start fishing. I would just say that that's how the majority of anglers get around. I mean, is there some possible walking on some spawning areas? Yes, that probably does occur. But one other thing I would like to point out is in the area, the U.S. Forest Service has done a really good job, and in conjunction with the department, of putting up informational signs at access areas and even along the river to try to inform anglers of the presence of reds in certain areas and to suggest that they stay off those reds and access along the sides of the river. Madam Chair.
Just a quick question. When is the steelhead sport fishing season?
Madam Chair, primarily April and May, those 2 months.
And then it closes down?
Yeah, on the Seatuck River, there's 3 primary fisheries, steelhead in April and May, and then there's a lull. And then you have sockeye, June and July, there's a lull, and then you have coho, August, September.
Right, so I'm less concerned about, I think, the impacts on king eggs and things like that, particularly in the steelhead fishery. I'd be more concerned in the sockeye fishery, if anything. But, so I'm not inclined to support this currently as written. I think it's a little bit too broad of an area. I might have been more interested in perhaps looking at up to the lake if necessary for conservation purposes. So as written, I don't think I can support it just because the temporal differences in what we're talking about. And this is an early fishery prior to king showing up, certainly prior to any spawning salmon that I am aware of. So those are my thoughts. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. You helped clarify, like, sometimes it's hard to be up here and imagine the stream that we're dealing with, right? So given the fact that there are trails along the side of it, there is a closure, there's no king reds in there, like, spawning at that time yet. And then just knowing steelhead anglers and how meticulous they are, and how much they care for the resource. They're just a different breed. I have a feeling that this proposal covers the safety and conservation. So I'm not supportive of it now, but I'm glad people are paying attention and looking out for it.
Mr. Swenson, then Mr. Carpenter.
I go along with, I can't support this either because I think, that the road comes right there. It gives access to people that want to walk. And as Mr. Wood said, if you take this away, that now you're pushing all those people downstream. And I just think I don't think that's a good idea. So for that reason, I'm not supporting it.
Mr. Carpenter.
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Wida.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson. Call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 154. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 155.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Pollock, Yakutat Fish and Game. Proposal 155, 5AAC 47.023, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, annual, and size limits, and methods and means for the freshwaters of the Southeast Alaska area.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 155 seeks to increase the sportfish bag and possession limit for sockeye salmon in the freshwaters flowing into the Seatuck-Anklin estuary to 6 fish per day, 12 in possession. Currently, the sportfish bag and possession limit for sockeye in the freshwaters flowing into the Seatuck-Anklin estuary are 3 per day and 6 in possession. This proposal would increase harvest opportunity for sockeye salmon by sport anglers, primarily in the Seatuck River. In 2009, the board reduced the bag and possession limit of sockeye salmon in freshwaters flowing into the Seatuck-Anklin estuary from 6 per day, 12 in possession, down to 3 per day, 6 in possession. In the 16 years since 2009, The Seatuck River has exceeded the upper end of its biological escapement goal of 30 to 70,000 fish in 11 of those 16 years. In 10 of the 11 years the escapement goal was exceeded, emergency order authority was used to increase the bag and possession limit to 6 fish per day, 12 in possession, by an average date of July 11th, when approximately 54% of the run had passed the Seatuck River weir. The department submitted and supports this proposal, increasing the bag and possession limit for sockeye salmon in fresh waters flowing into the Seatuck Anklin estuary would allow increased harvest opportunity throughout the season without the need to issue an emergency order. The department would continue to use emergency order authority to reduce fishing opportunity if in-season data indicated weak run strength. Madam Chair.
Board discussion, Mr. Carpenter.
So I'm curious, you talked about the last several years and the inability to control the escapement levels, and I assume that's why this proposal is being brought forward, to allow more sport fishing opportunity to harvest those fish in river. And I guess my question is why aren't you using the commercial fleet more effectively?
For the record, Troy Tinas, Area Management Coordinator for Division of Commercial Fisheries. That's a good question. Again, we fall back to the plan we had just discussed back in Proposal 152, which gives specific parameters as far as triggering when commercial fishing actions take place. So we're, limited by that plan that takes place entirely the set gillnet fishery in the inlet itself. And in recent years, as we've noted before, we've had conservation concerns for king salmon and have taken a conservative approach.
Thank you. I just wanted to put that on the record because I think that's an important part of this conversation that, due to king salmon's conservation in all fisheries, that restricting the commercial fleet when there's high abundance of king salmons, based on timing, is an important consideration. And so when I first saw this, I wasn't in favor of it, but taking into account the king salmon conservation portion of that, I understand why the department needs to utilize the sport fishery to harvest some of these excess sockeye.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, reflecting on that decision we made the other day, just yesterday, just about whether seining is okay and retaining kings or not, that loop we went into. I mean, here it's obvious that you're meeting escapement, and fishing in river seems to be the only way to control that if we're looking at trying to conserve kings in river. So I'm totally supportive of this. The numbers are there to do it, and that gives the subsistence and locals more of access to the fish that are available. So I'm in support of it.
Mr. Swenson.
I didn't have it, but I would agree with my two compatriots here about that.
So I have a slightly different take, and I think that this suite of proposals are illustrating to me that there's a really disjointed management in this area. So I agree with Member Carpenter in terms of being able to utilize the commercial fleet, but those are gill nets, right? Is there a lot of seining that's happening? Yeah.
No, Madam Chair, it's strictly a set gillnet fishery.
Yeah.
For the commercial.
Right, commercial. We had a long discussion yesterday about liberalizing subsistence opportunity on these sockeye, and the board voted not to do that because of king conservation issues, particularly with respect to the gear that was being used, or could be used, I should say. So now we're up here asking for higher bag limits. You have the EO authority to do it already. It's been performing pretty well. I would prefer that you just continue to use your EO authority until we can get sort of a more comprehensive, I think, more jointed management plan in terms of how these things fit together, because I don't feel like they fit together, and I worry that, we're not allowing this additional sockeye opportunity on subsistence fishermen, but now we're liberalizing bag limits. It just doesn't make sense to me. I heard from the Yakutat AC that they prefer to just keep it as it is. I'm inclined to do that as well for the time being until the department can really take a look at how these fisheries work together and what makes the most sense. And I would hope that they would come back in, 3 years and have some ideas or thoughts or requests from the board with respect to authorities over gear, EO authority for mesh size and all that kind of stuff. This just isn't making good sense to me. And so with that, I'm just uncomfortable liberalizing sport fish bag limits when we just voted to not allow additional time in the subsistence fishery because of the mesh size and things that they're using. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, during public testimony, it came out that the Yakutat AC wish they opposed it and wish the rules, the regulations had been back around 2009. What were the rules, what were the regs like then?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, for sport fishing?
Correct, yeah.
So from 1985 through 2008, the daily bag limit had been 6 per day, 12 in possession.
Okay. And it was also mentioned that it could promote flossing, so that you could take more fish out of there. I mean, I'm not really putting two and two together. Like it seems like you're liberalizing, so we're liberalizing it so people can get more harvest, 6 instead of 3. You're doing it by EO. We want king conservation, so use hook and line for that rather than a net. And we're doing it anyhow. And if it had been 6 in 2009, right? Why not just go back to that?
Through the chair, so again, the daily bag limit in the Seatuck River for sockeye for 25 years had been 6 per day, 12 in possession. In 2009, the board, on a proposal, reduced that bag limit to 3 per day, 6 in possession.
Mr. Carpenter.
I think that brings up an interesting question in my mind. It was 6, then you asked it to be 3, and now you're asking it to be 6. And it all evolves around escapement goals. I've just changed my opinion on this. I am now opposed to it. Continue to use your EO authority because I think it's just, the board's job is to not do this every 12 years. It's very inconsistent, so that's my position.
Mr. Swenson.
Before Ms. Van Dort brought this up, when I first looked at this, I thought, well, why doesn't Fish and Game just make the call? I mean, now they're pushing it to the, so they don't have to make the call. Is there some reason that you don't want to make this call?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, just to be clear, the proposal that was put in 2009 was not a department proposal. The department was opposed to reducing the bag limit to 3 and 6.
But by you using your EO authority, that doesn't take a lot. Is that a lot of extra time and energy? Otherwise, why not just do that?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, good question. We can still do that. All we're saying is, given the magnitude at which these escapements are having, recently you can see on figure 155-1 just how much we're going over the up into the escapement. All we're proposing is to repeal this to go back to general regulations, which are 6 per day, so that sport anglers can take advantage of that more liberal bag limit early on in the season when we're not able to emergency order that up to 6 fish until we've assured we're going to exceed the upper end of the escapement goal.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's a good explanation. I'll have to think about that here. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I'll refer to my subsistence review from prior proposals. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Wida.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 155. Zaret.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 170.
Madam Chair, for the record, Troy Tinas, Area Management Coordinator for Division of Commercial Fisheries, Proposal 170, 5AAC, 30.350, closed waters. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would close the waters of Malaspina Lake to commercial fishing. Malaspina Glacier has been slowly retreating for the last 50 years and has created new streams for salmon to colonize. All 5 species of salmon have documented harvest in the Southern Stream set gillnet fishery, but sockeye salmon are the primarily harvested. Southern Stream set gillnet fishery began in 1980, with the actual harvest commencing in 1986. Since then, the fishery was operated annually, consistently contributing to local fisheries with an average annual harvest of just shy of 1,600 sockeye salmon. The department submitted and supports this proposal. We feel it's a conservation measure to ensure the long-term health of the Malaspina Lake system. Madam Chair.
Thanks. Quick question. How are you assessing Malaspina Lake? Are you enumerating it or assessing it separately? Is it part of the same? Talk to me about what the escapement goal is or how you're managing that and or you're assessing the health of that stock.
Yes, Madam Chair, there is no formal escapement goals. There's no large stock assessment program. It is simply by aerial surveys when we can survey the area, Madam Chair.
So we got a whole bunch of extra sockeye going up the river, but now we want to close this area because you've got a conservation concern. Or close some of the newer area, right? I mean, I'm looking at the map here. I see where Malaspina Lake is, and I know that the river goes, it's different systems, but I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to, how much fishing activity, commercial fishing activity is occurring in the lake?
Madam Chair, within the lake itself, not any that I'm aware of. The fishing, the gillnet fishing primarily takes place on the outside waters from where the Malaspina River enters the Yakutat Bay area. This is just to limit anybody that were to want to go up in the lake and to fish. I would say closures like this are commonplace throughout systems in the Yakutat as well as southeast area where we have closed waters, either that close off a bay or a section of the river in the Yakutat area in this case.
Say that staff comments, maps are helpful for us to envision exactly where you're proposing these lines and these closures. So currently, how many people are commercially fishing on that system, do you think, on any given year?
Madam Chair, very few. So we're talking probably in that inside Manby shoreline area, a handful at best.
Less than 5, less than 10?
Probably less than 5.
Carpenter, then Mr. Swenson.
I mean, I think this is an interesting proposal. I understand why the department put it in. You know, I do think to be consistent, it is important to have closed areas, specifically when areas throughout this, you know, summer and fall have multiple different species of salmon that are utilizing them. And we've just talked about the king salmon, you know, the Steelhead River, and is there eggs and is there overlap? And so I don't necessarily have a problem with trying to close this. I mean, the opportunity that's currently that currently is allowed for the commercial fishermen that are participating in this particularly small fisheries is still going to exist. This is just basically creating a boundary line that they can't go above. So for those reasons, I think that there's some small aspects of conservation, and so I'll support it.
Mr. Swenson, then Mr. Wood.
Are there king salmon that are spawning up in those areas?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, there has been all 5 species have been noted in this area.
Okay, thank you. For that reason, I'm going to support this proposal.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, looking at, again, just trying to picture this area and then looking at a map, it looks pretty wild. So the commercial fishing that you're afraid would happen it would be the set netting up in the lake?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that's correct. This is the commercial fisheries, a set gill net fishery only in the Yakutat area.
Okay, but there's no other way to access the lake unless it like blows out. You're not driving a boat up in there. It blows out because of the glacier surging or something like that is what I'm, I've never been there, so I'm not sure if you can get a drift boat into this or not. So that's why I'm asking this dumb question.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yeah, you could take boats in there. You have to cross the bar to get, into the river itself and then run up the river to Malaspina Lake. It is possible, yes.
All right. Now I'm supportive of this proposal. Thanks.
Mr. Carpenter?
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department. I'd call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Wada?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 170. Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 against. Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. I think we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back on the record with 156. Back on the record, time is 9:38 in deliberations on proposal number 156. 156.
Madam Chair, for the record, I'm Flip Pryor. I'm the Aquaculture Section Chief with Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 156, 5AAC 33364, Southeast Alaska Area Enhanced Salmon Allocation Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to adopt proposal 156 with substitute language found in RC 176.
Second.
If adopted, this proposal would reduce the current permitted capacity of pink and chum salmon in each Southeast Alaska PMP hatchery by 20% for pink salmon and 7% chum salmon. Hatchery egg take levels are established through an iterative process involving department staff and stakeholders. Hatchery operations are permitted with consideration to minimizing impact on wild salmon stocks, and the commissioner can amend a permit if the hatchery is not in the best interest of the public or to mitigate adverse effects of the hatchery operation. If there is compelling reason to amend terms of hatchery permit, the amendment should be based on analysis of data, and there should be clear evidence the amendment will reduce adverse effects on wild salmon stocks. No evidence was provided in this proposal to support the current permitted pink and chum salmon egg take levels adversely affecting wild stocks in or outside Southeast Alaska. A cut in pink and chum at each hatchery may have unintended effects on production of other species of salmon and may have harvest allocation effects, which are a primary concern with the boards of the PMP hatcheries when they develop their programs. The department is opposed to this proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Chamberlain, to your substitute language, and Mr. Zure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to my substitute language, I reduce a percentage of pink salmon hatchery take to account for the small pink salmon hatchery production in Southeast Alaska. I further reduced the chum salmon hatchery percentage to account for the differences in the certainty of the science. And I'd like to speak to that for a minute. After reading the record, there's a strong correlation between chum salmon releases and Chinook aided wage and recruitment failure over time. However, the science on the pinks is more overwhelming. Not only is there a strong correlation between pink salmon releases and weighted age and recruitment failures, but there's also an odd year, even year variance in pink salmon abundance. The most recent one was cited by the Idaho Department of Fish and Game just last month in the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission Technical Report 23. This was cited in AC 104's comments. The science on this is becoming overwhelming. None of the scientific articles cited in opposition to Proposal 156 disputed this correlation, but instead cited to other causes of mortality that are not within the board's control or correlations that don't really have that don't really touch on the broader carrying capacity issue. I also added additional language to address how the reduction is allocated to more thoroughly comply with the statute and limit the proposal to the statute's authority. And with that, my language is chosen with the intent of distributing the reductions as equitably as possible.
Mr. Zure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, before we get going here on this, the Fairbanks, there were 2 ACs in support of this proposal, and there were 11 opposed, and there were 10 public comments in favor, and there were 400 public comments opposed. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you. So we have amended language before us that hasn't been adopted, so I'm going to focus my comments specifically on the amended language, which talks about using a figure of 20% and 7% for production decreases. These are very arbitrary numbers, similar to what exists in the Proposal 156. I have yet to hear any scientific rationale for using these numbers, and I think that it's imperative that the board, when they make decisions like this, have some sort of scientific rationale for doing so. I will get into debate further on this when we get into final action on this proposal, but it was very clear to me that the public demonstrated, specifically to the original proposal, unbelievable amounts of unsupport for this particular proposal in the arena that which it exists. So I will not be supporting the substitute language.
Mr. Godfrey to the amendment.
I would echo what Board Member Carpenter said. I also will not be supporting the amended language, and I'll save my other comments for the primary proposal.
Mr. Chamberlain, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I want to address the references to the strength of the science on this. I read through every single comment on this proposal. Of that, there were two groups, the Fairbanks AC and the person who put forth PC 109 that actually cited to articles. There were also two biologists that spoke on this, one on each side. There were others who did cite to this, but the primary two who submitted scientific evidence on this were the Fairbanks AC and the person who authored PC 109. The evidence submitted by the Fairbanks AC was quite overwhelming. Including, you've got the Rugeroni, and forgive me if I'm pronouncing his name wrong. I've been corrected on it several times, and I don't know which way to go. There shows not only age or abundance-based correlation, and I'll point everyone to RC 185, where you look at Chinook and pink salmon production. You've got an inverse correlation as pink salmon production goes up. Chinook production and recruitment failures, or Chinook production goes down and recruitment failures go up. And that's a long-term temporal one. Plus, if you look at diatoms of killer whales, you've got odd year, even year disparity. And I've heard some arguments that, you can correlate odd year, even year to anything, and I think there was a reference to coffee beans in South America. But there is nothing that has been pointed to on the record from anyone that has a stronger biological correlation or a logical nexus to salmon production than the pink salmon. And to the department's comments that we need more certainty, and we need this. This is a common defense mechanism that as a lawyer I see all the time. We need the science and we need it to be conclusive before we take action. I want to be clear, the action we're taking here is we are injecting 2 billion salmon into a biome. And there's been comment all throughout this meeting about how the species interaction is affecting others. You've got how the Marine Mammal Protection Act increased a lot of the things in your, so to the amendment, the correlation's there, the science is there. And we're getting to that. And the science, you don't have the odd year, even year production on chum that you can rely on, that you can on pinks. And so to that, I did reduce. However, from the precautionary principle, and speaking to the precautionary principle, that justifies a much larger reduction. And so my reduction to chum was in reference to the disparity in that, but I think the original language is more than sufficient. And with this, the basis for mine was not scientific, it was conservative. How do I minimize the reduction to allow these fisheries to adjust to this, to allow cost recovery to take place, but still take meaningful action? And so that's where I'm standing on this, and that is the scientific basis behind my decision. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say I absolutely love science and scholastic's debate. And to the amendment, I feel like that this is not this amendment doesn't address it completely because it's still, when the rubber hits the road with how whether there's proof or not, whether these hatcheries are impacting the worldwide ocean system, I'm not there. So for that reason, I don't support the amendment.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, I just want to ask the department a question, maybe Andy. Southeast Alaska is unlike other parts of the state. Specifically address how many pink salmon are released in Southeast Alaska through hatchery programs?
Through the chair. So for pink salmon, I guess with this whole issue, for Southeast Alaska, the problem is you know, if we said, okay, the biomass of salmon in the ocean is causing some changes, it's all wild pink salmon production that would be driving it in Southeast Alaska. So for this region, you know, the hatchery release, I think in 2023 was about 61 million. So if you cut 20%, you know, if you're talking about a 15 million cut, that would be, you know, a 1% or less cut to pink production, and that's just the hatchery component. Because 95+% of our pinks are wild, you're not really changing anything. You know, it could be different in other regions, but for our region, all this would be a natural consequence of pink salmon survival. Has been incredible. So, for example, you know, back in the 60s and 70s, our pink salmon harvests back then were just a tiny fraction of what they've averaged over the last 30 years, really. And so I guess it's kind of a natural thing going on in Southeast right now because the vast majority of the production is wild stock pinks.
Thank you. I think that's important for people to consider when we look at reducing pink salmon and production in Southeast Alaska, in my opinion, using an arbitrary number. If there's nothing further, I call the question on the substitute language.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
On the amendment to substitute the language from RC 176 for proposal 156. Carpenter.
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
That motion fails. 2 in favor, 5 against. Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have the original language as proposed in 156 before the board. Board discussion. Mr. Godfrey.
I'm going to start feeling like a broken record every meeting, everywhere I go, defending the hatchery program, but it has to be done because it's here in front of us. As a general approach to my decision-making on proposals that come before this board, if I don't have a strong feeling about a proposal going into it, and it's going to be cataclysmic in nature, I am not interested in changing the status quo, the homeostasis, biologically, ecologically, administratively, regulatorily, at all, based on junk science, pseudoscience, non-science, the absence of science. And this is completely unmoving to me. I have yet to see anything compelling. The variable inputs here in the orders of magnitude are unknown, but they have to be extraordinarily high to actually demonstrate causation versus correlation. Hatcheries have been around for over 100 years in Alaska before statehood. The amount of data that should be available and would be available to demonstrate detrimental impact to both the carrying capacity of the ocean and the wild stocks would be copious. And yet, I look at this as pseudoscience, and it's outcome-based, it's agenda-based, you know, with a very specific agenda intended to come out from it. And the idea of 25% going from a status quo and a homeostasis to 25% is insane. The ecological, you know, consequences I can't even imagine, but they would have to be immense. At this point, hatcheries are woven in to the blanket of nature. They're grafted in. They're fiber in the blanket of nature. You can't just jump into 25% and you know, rock the boat, so to speak. That's just irresponsible. But Be that as it may, I wouldn't be here supporting this even with 5%, but this is just an egregious approach. But I have, until the day comes where I see science that's definitive, conclusive, that illustrates and demonstrates negative impact, a demonstrable negative impact, I will continue my time on the board defending the hatchery program, and I'll be opposed to this.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Like Member Godfrey, I believe my position has been very clear on this as we've traveled around the state from region to region in regards to arbitrarily reducing hatchery production, picking a number out of thin air that's based on nothing that I have seen that presents a valid reason at this time. I think that's one of the reasons, specifically at this meeting, that you had commercial, sport, and subsistence users all standing up in unity to stand in opposition to this proposal. Because unlike most of the state, there is a large percentage of hatchery production that is paid for through pink salmon and chum salmon releases to provide opportunity for king salmon and coho in Southeast Alaska. And as we think back of all the conversations that we had, the allocation disputes between sport and commercial and the troll fishery, a lot of these fish that are being produced can be attributed to both of those fisheries. And I think that's why the difference between this meeting and prior meetings, all user groups were in unity. I don't want to go through all the comments that I made in Cordova specific to Proposal 78, but I do think it's important that we consider the legislative intent surrounding the hatcheries and why they exist. And when I look at the legislative intent that's found in AS 16.1044B, it indicates very clearly to me that it was never intended to be used by the board to override the department's permitting authority or limit hatchery production. It is my belief that the original intent was, while the hatchery programs in the state of Alaska were being developed, they needed to have a mechanism to be able to acquire original brood stock. And I think that when you look at the word wild, and that can be debated, I think that the original intent of the legislature was very clear. We have a regional comprehensive planning team process that's a public process that is open to all residents and non-residents if they wish to partake. And it is my sincere thought that this process needs to continue to improve, to provide as much opportunity as the public sees necessary to feel like they're included in this planning process. So however that needs to happen, the RPTs around the state need to look at that, and they need to take that seriously. I think the other thing that I'd like to talk about, and I think the Department of Law's opinion on this particular issue has been very, very consistent for a very long time. And a board regulation that drastically amends a hatchery permit, which would basically what this would be doing, to render the hatchery operation impractical, may be viewed by a court to be impermissible. And I think the board needs to consider that at this time. I can't support this. I haven't supported this proposal in other portions of the state. I'll leave my comments to that for right now and surely listen to what other board members have to say.
Mr. Swenson.
As the commissioner has stated in the past, there's a big study coming out. It's been a 12-year study, and it's supposed to come out next year. And I think this may hopefully be a good, good for us to understand this whole thing. But as of now, I can't support this either. There's just, for what Mr. Carpenter has eloquently been saying.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Chamberlain.
Okay, thank you. Part of me just wants to be a wise guy and say I reference all the decisions in my comments to this proposal over the last 2 years, but I'll elucidate further. This came up in Homer. It got pulled in Kodiak. We dealt with this vote in Anchorage. We dealt with it again in Cordova. So therefore, I reference all my comments then that I made. We have built a strong and consistent record around the way we have voted on this and how this board already feels about hatcheries and the production. And I'm not going to do anything to undermine that, because clearly it's super important to the economy of this state on so many levels, not just the fishermen, but the hatcheries, the people that work here. And if there's any question to the academics of whether or not that 15 or 25 or 50% of hatchery chums are affecting the global ocean environment, this debate does not need to happen in these small rural communities of Alaska. This debate needs to be had in a much larger scale, globally, involving internationals, and affect whatever happens here from the top down, not just cutting the legs out from it from the bottom up. And the sustainable salmon policy does say that we need to watch the effects and interactions of introduction or enhanced salmon stocks on wild salmon, and they should be assessed. And wild salmon stocks and fisheries on those stocks should be protected. There's no one in here that would disagree with that. That's why I totally support the science to continue to look into this at all levels. That's why I think what's happening at the crawfish site has such potential, and really bigger pockets need to dig into this at higher levels than right here in Ketchikan. So I'm sticking with what I've said before. I recognize that there's questions out there, but this is not where those questions can be answered. I'm fully in opposition to this proposal for, I think, the 4th time, and until convinced otherwise, I'm sticking with it.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you. I'd like to start with a couple questions to the department. There's a 12-year study coming out next year. What are the topics being studied, or what are the questions being asked in that study?
That study is looking at the genetic impact of straying onto pink salmon. It's not answering the questions that Rugeroni raised, which is ocean productivity issues and ocean competition. I think I made my feelings pretty clear on that in Cordova. If I'm seeing impacts because of food competition in the ocean, the first place I think I would see that would be on the same species in the same area. And for instance, we're not seeing impacts on pink salmon, either in Prince William Sound or in southeast Alaska, and that would be an alarm bell that would go up in my mind. As I think I said, also, correlation is not causation. You can correlate a lot of different things onto different things. Until I see some actual causation information on Chinook salmon, which I am concerned about across the state, I'm reluctant to take those measures. So most of the studies that we're doing right now are looking at stray rates. And in southeast Alaska, the action I took on Crawfish Inlet was trying to look at reduce the impact of straying into adjacent streams, and number 2, to mitigate how it's affecting our management of wild chum salmon stocks. So I became more surgical in the approach.
Thank you. And so I just want to be clear, this agent weight or the carrying capacity issue is not being addressed by any studies by the department currently, correct?
We're reviewing the science as it debates itself through the literature.
Okay. And so are we observing reductions in agent weight findings for salmon that share the same food species with pink, or same food groups?
Well, there's not a lot of diet similarities in terms of pinks and Chinook out in the ocean. I think the questions that Rugeroni's raising is their food web issues, but there's no, when we looked at the International Year of the Science information that showed distribution of Chinook and pink salmon in the ocean, we weren't seeing them overlap. And if you think you're having that competition issue, you see them overlap and eating in the same areas. You're not seeing that out there. So again, we're looking for that causation before we take an impact that has significant potential economic impacts moving forward.
So do they share the same in the near waters, like say when Chinook are first migrating out? And I think this is a critical time period. Do they share habitat with pinks?
Yeah, certainly they're out, but a pink salmon's going out, you know, about that big, while a Chinook salmon's going out about that big. So the diets aren't exactly compatible that they're eating. Chinook are eating other fish, where pinks are eating, you know, plankton mostly.
At the start, I would agree, but pink also grow to about 500 times their size in about 18 months, correct?
That's correct.
So they're voracious eaters.
Yeah. But by then, the overlap in that first month and a half out at sea may not be the same.
Okay. So I'll speak to the broader question on this one. And where I'm really being frustrated is there is a, you know, I don't think anyone can, there's been a lot of criticisms for one of the authors of one of the documents, but we've got a number of other documents or a number of other studies, the most recent being the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, which is finding correlations between, you know, strong correlation. And the difference between correlation and causation and the insistence on certainty is a logical fallacy. That's not how science works. I've done about 75 trials and arbitrations, and I've never once had to have an expert come up and say this has to be certain, because science doesn't operate on certainty. It focuses on eliminating variables, and then you develop correlation over time that grows into a strong argument for causation. But that certainty aspect is never going to exist. And if we do this is a delay tactic that's commonly used in science and in litigation that is eventually going to lead to the ultimate failure. And I want to express that I'm advocating for the salmon here, and I'm speaking for this. Wild Fish Conservancy just yesterday published a press release with a notice of intent to sue, citing specifically declines on the Kenai River, the Karluk River, and the Yakutat River, all three in high hatchery intensity areas. What we're doing here is we're managing to extinction. This is something I've heard from a lot of the locals in my region, where this is where you guys are all where I was in the 90s, where the market collapsed, but fish were declining, but we were still trying to find a way to make it happen. But eventually the fish stopped coming. You know, I'm hearing from a lot of people how we need the hatcheries to survive. But there's a lot of science out there that shows enhancement eventually leads to replacement. We're seeing that in the Crawfish River. And I want to look at the department's findings on this, as we were reading through this yesterday, and I'll RC this later. But they were saying a precautionary approach on science would be 2 to 3%, because at 1.5% prevalence of straying over 25 years, you're looking at a 50% replacement rate. We're seeing streams with 90% replacement in this, and you're going to replace this replace the wild stock within a lifetime. I want to touch too, there's been a lot here, and I've got to address all of it, and my apologies to everyone. The cost recovery threat of production to the Chinook is a false narrative. AS 1610-455 gives wide and broad discretion for the hatcheries to conduct cost recovery. Assessing taxes of up to 50% of the commercial value of the fisheries, and unlimited ability to conduct cost recovery. I would like the Department of Law to correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a structural problem here. The production of our king salmon is tied to the production of fish that have no comparative market value. We had processors statewide refusing to buy pinks and chums, but we're pumping them out in the billions. And what we're doing is we're exchanging a relatively worthless fish for our Chinook. And we're saying, but it's saving us money, but in the long run, it's going to cost us. These fisheries, as early as this year, we had five stocks of concern for king salmon in this region. And you look at king salmon production statewide, there you're seeing generations of failure on our department. And over this meeting, we've taken relatively no action to protect the stock. We voted down a proposal that would increase the time subsistence fishing can happen in one area, and then we amended a proposal to protect, to limit non-resident fishing in an area, in a stream that hasn't been fished for 20 years. But outside of that, we've done nothing in this meeting. And I can't begin to express my outrage at that, in this failure. We're coming up and we're seeing a wide-scale failure. We are experiencing the largest crash in our salmon returns since statehood. And in 3 years, there's going to be more hardship if we don't take drastic action to do this. I'm not against any of the fisheries. I'm not against any of the hatcheries. I'm for our fish. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to put a couple thoughts on the record. I think there's been a lot of debate here today. I am not a good arbiter of what is real science and what is pseudoscience, but certainly there's a need for more science in this space. Whether or not the hatchery programs are a blanket of nature that have been sort of woven into the fabric of the fisheries at this point, it could be that the way that they've been allowed to grow and infuse into the fabric of the fisheries and the natural environment, the current outputs could also be characterized as irresponsible as well. There is concern about overproduction, how that, if that has occurred, and I think that there is frustration, at least for me, about how little review of that happens. I know that there is an RPT process, but I'm speaking more to that comprehensive plan review process where you're supposed to be looking at this stuff more holistically. That hasn't occurred, or at least it's occurred on small scale over the last 30, 40 years, 50 years since these hatcheries have been in production. I think that there is significant benefit brought to the user groups, but there is also clearly a growing concern, as is evidenced by all of the proposals that continue to come before this board. I'm not going to debate whether the board has the legal authority or not. We've gotten guidance on it. I think we do have the ability to take action, and if somebody disagreed, they can challenge that in the courts. But this issue, to me, doesn't appear to be going anywhere. I think it's going to continue to be exacerbated. So I've asked the question before, and I'll ask it again, is where does the burden of proof lie at this stage? Is it to prove that it isn't harmful, or is it to prove that it is? And frankly, we consider correlative data all the time at this board. All the time. I don't think we need to reach a causative threshold in order to make a decision on this. I'm not going to be supportive of this proposal at this time, but there is clearly an issue. I would implore the production or the producers to work with the board, hopefully through the hatchery committee process. And I would extend the same invitation to the folks that share that criticism, particularly at the Fairbanks AC levels and some of their membership and those that submit these proposals. There's an issue. It's not going away. I think it's been overlooked. And I think that Member Chamberlain does bring up some very legitimate concerns, even as is evidenced down here in Southeast. I'm not sure that this is the place to use the sledgehammer, But I think that I would be very interested in having more of a conversation because it may be prudent and valuable to use a scalpel, but not necessarily at this time. Mr. Zaray, then Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to everybody out there, I feel I probably need to say something here. I have something written out because I'm not too good at getting all my points across very well if I don't. So I have long supported limited enhancement of depressed salmon runs such as short-term in-stream incubation, etc. I, however, also have a long history of opposition to large-scale hatchery production to enhance and create fisheries. I was at one of the first public hatchery meetings in 2000 testifying on the state-subsidized effort in this direction because of my fears as to the effects of wild salmon stocks and the economic impacts throughout the state to fish camp and fisheries businesses that had no such funding help that the hatcheries were receiving. I watched as almost all small Yukon River fisheries efforts went under directly due to their flesh markets being lost to the hatcheries. Next was the loss of the salmon egg markets due to the hatchery eggs making it to Seattle many weeks before the Yukon fish even arrived in the Yukon River. I fought yearly wanton waste regulations being removed each year by the state to make the sale of only salmon eggs easier for the hatcheries. Then came the complete removal for good of regulations that made carcass disposal illegal for them. Then came the impossible efforts to stop hatchery egg production increases. I am very frustrated as I read the preponderance of peer-reviewed studies showing possible harm from the present Alaska hatchery biomass in the ocean. So many Alaska fishermen's lives and families now depend on hatcheries. I do not believe this is what the original intent of hatcheries was. It is to the point now, it even seems, that increased hatchery production will be needed to even sustain the fisheries that depend on them. I do believe proposals to limit production will have a terrible impact on people's lives, and it bothers me to be associated with that effort. It all should never have been allowed to get to this point. Very much like what has happened to people's way of life on the Yukon River, where I am from. Thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain, briefly.
Very briefly, I just wanted to touch on the original intent of the Hatchery Act because that was spoken to and I failed to address that. The Hatchery Act was initiated and put into place to revitalize previously depressed salmon species that took place from overfishing since statehood. Since then, the hatchery program has expanded 2,000 times over, and we're not hitting the goals that were set for Chinook or sockeye. We're close on chum, but I don't know that we've hit that. But we've blown way past what we intended to for pinks. So I just wanted to lay that on the record. Thank you.
Commissioner.
I just want to clarify something. I'm not saying we have to wait until we have causation proof. I'm just saying it's a preponderance of evidence. And one of the things that, when I thought about this long before coming to this meeting, is the issue seems to be always centered around king salmon production. And when I look at the king salmon numbers, yeah, they went down, but now last year we met 5 of 6. And there's no direct correlation between king salmon numbers in this area that I'm seeing in escapements and the number of fish released. That's why I'm reluctant to make a change based on correlation in the major part of the ocean, which is basically something that probably has to be decided on a more international level than a more scalpel approach down here. So, but again, I want to make it clear, I don't think you have to get to the point of having definitive proof, but you definitely need a preponderance of evidence.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, one last thought is having come here early in order to tour a hatchery and seeing the facility and all the maintenance and upkeep that needs to be had on it. I think Southeast in particular, since the commercial and the sport share the fish that come out of there, it might be good to always be looking towards an equitable way to afford those fish and in order to, if you want to keep them coming out. So that's all I'll say to that. Say equitable among user groups. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for private person to participate in the fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs to the department, and I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Vita?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 156. Svensson.
No.
Wood.
No.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
That motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 157.
Madam Chair, for the record, Troy Tinas, Area Management Coordinator for Division of Commercial Fisheries, Proposal 157, 5AAC 33.3XX, Burnett Inlet Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, the Southern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association has operated the Burnett Inlet Hatchery since 1997. All excess fish to broodstock needs in the terminal area have been harvested for cost recovery. The department is neutral on this allocative aspects of this proposal because it would allow the gillnet gear group into an area that they currently do not have authority to fish. The department supports having a THA management plan, but is concerned with prosecuting orderly common property fisheries in the area due to the size of the proposed THA. The department would support cost recovery operations first and only look to provide common property fishery if the cost recovery operation were unable to keep up with harvesting excess fish. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter?
I think it's an important function of the board to create terminal harvest areas and also special harvest areas. You know, this is obviously a tool that the hatchery needs to be able to not only execute commercial fisheries, but give opportunity that exists to the fleet. You know, the map clearly demonstrates that this is kind of an unusual area. It looks like a very narrow corridor, but I think that it's important to give the hatcheries the ability to do their cost recovery, provide opportunity, and make sure that all the hatchery fish, and if there is any in excess of what they need for their operations, that it's harvested to its full capacity.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. I feel the same. It's written in 1610-460 under G2 that the Board of Fisheries, I've actually already referenced this before, so I probably don't need to, but when it comes to special harvest area and terminal harvest areas, we have a say in this along with the commissioner. And I believe that this proposal gets to the point that other fishermen have stated, and ACs, that we need this in order to be able to harvest the fish returning to these terminal harvest areas. So I'm in support of the proposal.
Other board discussion. Give me the history about this a little bit. So this has been here, they're just asking for an additional gear group to participate in the THA that's already existing? Or is this THA being established anew?
Madam Chair, the THA portion would be a new regulation. So we'd be establishing a terminal harvest area, which is identical to the special harvest area that's already in regulation, and adding a gear group of gillnet as one of the gear groups that can participate in common property fisheries if it were to be open in the terminal harvest area, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I see the need for it, but I'm just frustrated by this particular proposal because I just see it exacerbating the same problem. potentially. I mean, I know that they're going after, they're trying to capture the fish that they've produced or that have returned off their production. But, I don't know, I mean, I get it, but I don't like it. I mean, it just seems like there's just, I don't know what the oversight is down here, but it doesn't seem to be sufficient, that's all I'm gonna say. Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, I'll just clarify something a little bit. You know, once the hatchery fish return to the SHA, they really become an asset of the Hatchery Association to do what they want. Creating a terminal harvest area does give the department ability to open that fishery to the commercial fleet outside of the SHA. And so I think it's just a function of this particular proposal also allows a different gear group to participate, and the department will have to work through that. But I think this is just a way to control the entry if you do have big runs specifically into the special harvest areas. So approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost to a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I'd call the question.
Yeah, I'm going to be supportive of it, but there's a part of me that feels like this is just burrowing the bird deeper, frankly. But the question's been called. Arizona Omissions. Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Rita.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 157. Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
That carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal 158.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach, and I'm the Sitka Assistant Area Management Biologist for Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 158, 5 AAC 33.374, District 12, Hidden Falls Hatchery Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan, and 5 AAC 40.042, Northern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Special Harvest Areas. Madam
Move
Chair.
to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, boundaries of the SHA and THA would be more clearly defined in regulation. Emergency orders will no longer be needed to be better define the THA and SHA boundaries. This will not affect current opportunity for common property harvest in the THA or hatchery cost recovery harvest in the SHA. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Is this generally just a housekeeping issue? They're just clarifying, making it, is that the general basis?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, yes. This area has been, these boundaries have been modified since 2011 through emergency order.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion? I'll be supportive of it. I mean, if you're EOing it right now and it's just a boundary line, I'm comfortable with that. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I feel the same. I mean, no sense you guys having to revisit this every year, so I support changing.
Mr. Carpenter?
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department, and I call the question.
Question's been called. E&O. Director Payton?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Rita?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson?
Final action on Proposal 158. Godfrey.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
That carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 159.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Jeff Rice. I am the Sport Fish Area Management Biologist for the Petersburg-Wrangell area. Proposal 159, 5 AAC 33.381, District 6, Wrangell Narrows Blind Slough Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move to adopt Proposal 159 with substitute language found in RC 162.
Second. And ask for unanimous consent, sorry.
Hearing no objection, the board has before it the language in RC 162 in lieu of Proposal 159. Staff comments, please.
This proposal would modify the Wrangell Narrows Blind Slough Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan by changing sport fish bag, possession, and size limits, increasing the length of the time the management plan is in effect, and establishing a refuge area closed to fishing at all abundance levels. Should this proposal be adopted, overall sport fish harvest opportunity would be reduced by both area and by bag and possession limits. A non-resident annual limit would be established specific to the terminal harvest area. No change would be made to the commercial troll fishery within the terminal harvest area. These actions are expected to reduce sport harvest and catch and release mortality. These actions may increase the likelihood broodstock goals will be achieved. I would refer you to Figure 159-1 in RC2 for a map of the Wrangell Narrows Blind Slough THA with lines separating the saltwater and the two freshwater areas, which are the sport fishery area and the closed area. Table 159-1 shows all but one of the changes to the bag and possession limits through the existing management plan and Proposal 159. The department is neutral on this allocative proposal. If adopted, the department shall have authority in the absence of broodstock concerns to reopen the area that is closed to fishing through this proposal, increase the daily bag and possession limits, remove annual non-resident limits, and extend the dates of the management plan. Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to the department and all the people in Petersburg and Wrangell that gathered together and had a constructive conversation to come up with the general framework, which is in RC 162. I think when that can happen, it usually has the best outcome. I think this thing does a multitude of things. I think it addresses the broodstock issue with the hatchery. It specifically talks about the competitive nature between residents and non-residents. It sets an annual limit for non-residents. This is basically, in my opinion, a de facto subsistence fishery for people in Petersburg and Wrangell that want to participate in this, even though it is conducted using sport gear. But that does happen in places that we travel around the state. So I'm very supportive of the language here. I think it accomplishes and deals with all the issues that have arose over time, specifically to Blind Slough. And so for those reasons, I'll be supportive.
Other board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I also want to say I'm really supportive of this. I thank the department for working with Mr. Carpenter to pull off another really successful RC. So he did a good job with this. I think it really echoes what everybody in that group was wanting to get at, makes it pretty streamlined, and I'm very supportive.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, I think it's important to touch on the allocation criteria here a little bit. The history of personal sport and commercial fisheries associated with this, I think that all those user groups, participate in these particular fisheries. This is important to residents and non-residents, but in this particular circumstance, I feel that it's very important to residents. So, thus the language that talks about non-resident annual bag limits. Is this an important part of the residents' opportunity to obtain fish for personal and family consumption? I think it's very important. Alternative resources, yes, people of Southeast Alaska do have the ability to utilize other resources, but based on the time of year that the king salmon fishery on the sports side of things opens, there is limited opportunity for portions of the year in Southeast, and I think this is an important part of providing this extra opportunity. There is some basis for the non-resident participation, and they do drive some support for the economy of the state. And then I think that it, you know, outside of the de facto subsistence aspect of it, it does provide recreational opportunity for both user groups. So having said that, I'll be supportive. I'll go ahead and do cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Rita.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 159 as amended. Zaret.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 160.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 160, 5AAC 33.381, District 6, Wrangell Narrows Blind Slough Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 160 based on its action on Proposal 159.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 160. Proposal 161.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 161, 5AAC 33.381, District 6, Wrangell Narrows Blind Slough Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 161 based on its action and take it on Proposal 159.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal 161. Proposal 162.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 162, 5AAC 47.023, Special Provisions for Seasons, Bag, Possession, Annual and Size Limits, and Method and Means for Freshwaters of Southeast Alaska Area. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 162 as the proposer withdrew support in RC 163.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal 162. Proposal number 163.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 163, 5AAC 33.381, District 6, Wrangell Narrows Blind Slough Terminal Harvest Area Salmon Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 163 based on the proposer's withdrawn support found in RC 163.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal 163. Proposal 164.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Dan Teskey. I am the Juneau Area Management Biologist for the Division of Sportfish. Proposal 164, 5AAC 47.021, Special Provisions for Seasons, Bag, Possession, Annual and Size Limits, and Methods and Means for the Saltwaters of the Southeast Alaska Area. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 164 would establish a priority for resident anglers in the hatchery sport harvest areas near Juneau through the use of higher bag limits. The department uses EO authority to establish sport fishing regulations inside the hatchery areas near Juneau. In years when open to harvest opportunity, the department has established a king salmon bag and possession limit of 4 king salmon of any size, and king salmon harvested by non-residents do not count towards their annual limit. This 4 king limit has been in place for over 20 years. The department is neutral on the allocation of harvest opportunity between resident and non-resident anglers. However, in years of strong hatchery returns, reducing the bag limit may lead to underutilization of hatchery king salmon. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Is this the exact area that we're talking about that we dealt with in regards to snagging in the terminus? Is it the basic same geographical area?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, the Mendenhall Wetlands proposal is a portion of the total terminal area. There's actually 5 permitted release sites within the hatchery sport harvest area, and essentially only one of those sites is used as a broodstock collection, and so we want folks to be able to harvest these hatchery fish, otherwise they're just going to go to waste.
And then I guess just a follow-up to that, is that typically a problem where these fish make their way through these fisheries, and just because of the condition of the kings that make them really not harvestable, you know, through other means other than snagging. Are there a lot of fish that are left over typically?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, typically there's a shoreside fishery that exists, and then there's a marine boat fishery that exists. And as I mentioned, there's only really one broodstock collection area, so the fish that are released at the other 4 areas are picked up in both the shoreside and marine fishery. The shoreside fishery sampling that we did showed that roughly 65% of the effort during this time was resident effort. And in the marine boat fishery over the last 5 years, 85% of the effort in this area was resident effort. So I don't think the non-residents are having a huge impact on this, and we just want all of these hatchery fish to be harvested and not go to waste. Thanks.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thanks. So they're asking, so when you need this, if there's enough there to catch that you'd open it to non-residents, it would just, they're asking to have it be half the bag limit of the residents. Is that, and is that consistent?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that is correct. It looks like the as written, the proposal would essentially double the bag limit for residents when this area is open to harvest. But as I mentioned, in the last 20 years, it's always been a 4-fish limit for everybody, and that seems to be working pretty well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supportive of this. I think we've heard enough from the department on that, plus I don't see any reason to complicate the regs or confuse them inadvertently or unnecessarily, so I won't be supportive of this proposal. Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. E&O, Director Payton?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Rita?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair.
AWT, thank you. And Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on proposal 164. Carpenter.
No.
Zare.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
That motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal 165.
Madam Chair, for the record, Bo Meredith, Ketchikan Area Management Biologist, Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 165, 5AAC 33.310, fishing seasons and periods for net gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Proposal 165 would shift weekly commercial salmon drift gill net fishing periods from a Sunday to a Monday start. Traditional weekly drift gill net fishing periods starting in mid-June would have delayed starts from Sunday to Monday. Any weekend fishing time on extended gill net openings would be on Saturday rather than Sunday. This could also potentially delay the weekly drift gill net advisory announcements that are issued on Thursday to a Friday, which would result in, better harvest and assessment information. Currently, sections 11B and 15C commercial drift gill net fisheries are delayed to Monday start during the week of the Golden North Salmon Derby in August to reduce conflict with sport anglers in the Juneau area on Sunday as the Derby runs Friday through Sunday. This one-day delay has resulted in less accurate and harvest estimates upon which to base management decisions the following week. The department opposes this proposal. Delaying the traditional weekly drift gill net openings across the region usually does not allow for ample time during the work week to compile and analyze harvest data needed to effectively manage the fisheries, particularly when those areas are open for 4 or 5 days. For Districts 6, 8, and 11, which are the TBR stocks, stock assessment projects and harvest sharing agreements with Canada are designed with the intent of getting each country needed information, including commercial harvest estimates by Wednesday of each week for managing their respective fisheries to meet the terms of Chapter 1 of the PST, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, it's pretty clear reading the department's reasons for opposing it that I will also support in opposing it. It seems like it really complicates things unnecessarily.
Mr. Zure? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, similar to Mr. Wood's comments, I will also be opposing this. I didn't hear any testimony from the public that suggested that this was a great idea, and the department obviously has concerns taking into consideration the data collection and assessment projects. I won't be supporting it. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And if there's nothing else, I'd call the question.
I will just also note that in my notes, I have that the Southeast Gilman Association opposes, which would be the gear group most affected. So with that, question's been called. Arizona Missions Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Weta.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain, you're back.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 165. Svensson.
No.
Wood.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
That motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 166.
Madam Chair, Proposal 166, 5AAC 33.331, gillnet specifications and operation.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 166 as the proposer's withdrawn support found in RC 75.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on Proposal 166. Proposal 167.
Madam Chair, Proposal 167, 5AAC 33.332, same specifications and operations.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 167 based on the proposer's withdrawn support and found in RC 82.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on Proposal 167. Proposal 168.
Madam Chair, Proposal 168, 5AAC 33.398, use of aircraft unlawful.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 168 would eliminate the terminal harvest area exemption from existing regulations the board adopted in 2018 that do not allow for a person to use an aircraft to direct commercial salmon fishing operations 1 hour before, during, and 1 hour after an open commercial purse seine fishing period. The department is neutral on this proposal, prohibiting aircraft from directing captains and/or vessels during all commercial common property purse seine openings would not necessarily impact the department's ability to manage for sustained yield or achieve management goals. However, there are THAs in Southeast that are open to their respective gear types 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And should the board decide to take action, clear language should be considered for intent on whether it's specific to an open THA or whether it applies to Southeast when a THA is open. Madam Chair.
Thanks. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, I mean, I think the board needs to be cautious in their approach to this proposal. I think the board's authority over airspace is quite limited. I think that it's demonstrated that, I believe, at our meeting in Kodiak and at past meetings in Prince William Sound specific to salmon fisheries. It's pretty clear to me the way it operates. I think we heard from the idea that the people that support the hatcheries and the people that support the fleet specific to being able to fly in this airspace to conduct commerce, providing support in a multitude of factors is a very important part of this consideration. So, having said that, I won't be supporting it.
Mr. Peterson.
Madam Chair, I think it's probably important to put on the record that this exact issue has been litigated to the Alaska Supreme Court in a case called Alaska Fish Spotters Association. And the Supreme Court said that the board does have authority to ban aerial fish spotting.
Thank you. Mr. Godfrey, then Mr. Chamberlain.
Yeah, I was not moved during committee of the whole to support this. If anything, the opposite. I do understand the days of herring in Togiak in the 80s and into the 90s where spotter pilots became a serious safety issue because there was too many in the sky and too many near mid-flight collisions. That certainly wasn't raised during committee of the whole here, and it also sounds like the benefit to having a spotter pilot may be negligible anyways. So I'll be voting no on this.
Mr. Chamberlain.
So I had a unique experience of having dinner with a couple of these spotter pilots in our meeting in Cordova, and I had to say, you know, I was so stunned that I had food falling out of my mouth there for a while. So I'm generally not in favor after that dinner of allowing spotter pilots, but in a terminal harvest area, I think you need to be efficient in mopping up everything to make sure that there's no straying or wasted harvest. So I'll also be opposing this.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not in favor of it. I mean, the way pilots are used, there's not a ton of them, especially in this area. They're used for THAs, they're used by the department to collect data, and I don't think it's, and also for reasons of safety and helping with communication and whatnot if there's an accident. So, yeah, I'm not compelled to want to support this at all.
Mr. Carpenter.
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost to the department, and I'd call the question.
Question's been called. Director Payton.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Bowers.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Weta.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain DeGraff.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 168. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Zaret.
No.
That motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes deliberations on Group 5. Let's take a quick second, and I'm going to confer, see if we get started on Group 6 or if we take a lunch break first. Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a break to switch out staff and get set up for Committee of the Whole, and we'll begin Committee of the Whole, Group 6, herring proposals. Okay. Time is 11:05. We are back on the record. We're going to begin Committee of the Whole, Group 6 herring. There are 20 proposals in this group, and the chair will be Mr. Chamberlain. Before I turn it over to him, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to point out to the public that we made some small revisions to a number of the proposals in this herring group because when it was brought to our attention, we discovered that there was a formatting glitch, I guess would be the best way to describe it, with the proposals, several that were received through one of our submission portals. So they were submitted with the specific, bold and underlined notation, but when it came through and we downloaded them, the underlined part was lost. So we corrected that. The printed proposals that are in the binders at the back of the room and the ones that are on the website are now corrected. If you're going from this proposal book, obviously this was printed before we caught the corrections. So those proposals are 173, 174, 178, 189, and 190. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay, Mr. Chamberlain, the floor is yours.
So thank you. So just to, I'm sure a lot of you are here for the other introduction, but I'll try to be brief, but I just want to cover. We're going to keep this to new information only. If you're part of the AC, I would like you to speak to, we don't need to know whether the AC voted in support or against anything in particular. We have that written in front of us. But if there was individual discussion on that, we would like to know, or minority reports or something like that. And then if there's been any new discussion on changes to language, you're welcome to speak on that. So as a housekeeping matter, I want to get things moving along quickly. If you're a proposer of any of these proposals, as the department's reading it, move up to the podium and I'll ask you to speak right as soon as they're finished. If not, I'll move right on to the audience. I'd like you to line up to my left, your right, against the wall there. If I don't see anyone in line, I'm going to assume there's no one else speaking. If I do need to interrupt, I will raise my hand in a better fashion. But I'll raise my hand to ask you to stop speaking. I'll either interject something or I'll ask you to move on to that. And so if I do hear repeated information or something that's not particularly germane or we start circling, I'm going to move us along quickly. I'd like to get moving along with that. So with that, let's start at Proposal 171 to the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Kyle Hebert, Herring Research, Program Leader for the Southeast Region Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 171 is a department proposal that would do three things. It would reduce the maximum harvest rate from 20% to 15% in Sitka Sound. Second, it would increase the threshold for allowing a fishery from 25,000 tons to 26,000 tons. And third, it would change the equation for setting the harvest rate so that the range is 10% when at threshold of 26,000 tons or 30% average unfished biomass, those are the same, up to 15% at 51,000 tons or 60% average unfished biomass. That's an overall reduction in harvest potential, moving the range from 12 to 20% to 10 to 15%, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this? Go ahead, Keegan.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan and Clinkenada Community Council. I have a bunch of comments about herring, but I think I'm going to save them for other more specific proposals. I will just generally say that the Ketchikan and Clinkenada Community Council is supportive of all of the proposals that were submitted by the herring protectors and the Sitka Tribe of Alaska, and I would encourage you to engage in effective dialogue during this committee. The whole asked very meaningful questions as the rationale to why they are proposing these changes. I'll just speak very generally about 171. While I'm appreciative that the department is proposing technically more restrictive harvest rates in this fishery, I don't think it necessarily does enough to address the issue that we're seeing and then is being portrayed by the people in this area. So I would encourage you to consider the herring protectors and Sitka tribes proposals more seriously anyways, that's all I got.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Keenan. I'm going to ask you this because I'd like other people that are familiar with this more than I to address it if they could. But, you know, it appears that the department has been really cautious over many years now at how they approach this. And the stock has seemed to be rebounding pretty well at a healthy level. And so, how do you feel about that in relation to the science that they've been using and now wanting to even become more conservative than they've been using?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Unfortunately for me, in my perspective, this is actually the one fishery that I'm probably the least educated in, and that's mainly my fault. Because I have not been fortunate to go to Sitka Sound during herring time, and I hope to remedy that here in the near future. I am a former pounding fisher in the Craig Klawak fishery, but it's significantly different compared to what's going on in Sitka Sound. We had a great discussion a couple of days ago about several of these proposals, but I think the bottom line for me, in my interpretation of what's going on with the Sitka tribe and herring protectors, is that we're seeing that essentially Sitka is the last herring fishery that hasn't completely collapsed in Southeast Alaska. Craig and Klawak, you can kind of make an argument that they're still kind of there, but it's significantly reduced from many years ago. But from my perspective here in Ketchikan, you know, I haven't seen a commercial fishery being heavily engaged in since I've been alive. That's a huge issue because, you know, I would love to be able to go set branches, and I could, but it's not viable for me because the population around here is not what it used to be. So I think it's important that we are protecting the last big stock in Southeast Alaska, not only because the people in Sitka Sound really rely on it, but and you've seen in the department presentations and in public testimony, but Sitka Sound herring eggs are distributed all over the state and even all over the country, maybe even internationally. I didn't catch that part, but so many people especially indigenous people, rely on this fishery to get these herring
Thank you, Keenan. I have heard that. I thank you for sharing your perspective on it. So thank you.
And if I'll come back and speak on some other stuff, but that's my general perspective on 171 and 172.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keenan. Next up.
Ron Blake. Thank you for hearing me, members of the board. My name's Ron Blake. I'm from Cordova, Alaska. My wife is a Native woman who, and my daughter have a Native daughter that we adopted who was adopted under ICWA, and we live a subsistence lifestyle. So I certainly have an appreciation for the Natives wanting to have access to the resource. But to talk about this proposal, I've been doing Sitka as a seiner since 2011, and the performance of the stock has been, since I've been doing it, it's probably been the best out of any fishery I've ever been involved in. And I think that's in large part to the exceptional job that the department does managing the fishery. If they tell me that the threshold needs to go up, I certainly support that. The only thing that I have take a little bit of an issue with is the fact that the science they're using to change the harvest rate isn't their science. And so I would love to see it. And I know they're actively working to get their science, you know, to do their own science to set the harvest rate. And I would, given the fact that the quota is so high and we haven't reached it, even attempted to harvest the entire quota for several years, it would be, I think it might be prudent just to table that part of this until they do get the science. I don't think that there's any biological concern right now with where the quotas are set and what the fishermen are planning on harvesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Next speaker. Oh, any questions? Next speaker.
My name is Heather Bauscher for the record. I'm representing the positions of the Petersburg Advisory Committee and filling in for Max because he had to go to treaty. We were in, the Petersburg Advisory Committee was in support of this and appreciated that the department spent time reviewing and updating this threshold to match other herring fisheries, including those in Canada. Members felt this would maintain a viable commercial fishery.
Next speaker.
Hi, for the record, Peter Bradley. This proposal, as I understand it, is on the table because the department has an obligation to provide an unfished biomass estimate so that you can respond by setting a threshold for this fishery, below which fishing won't occur. And the simulation study to calculate unfished biomass, I believe, is formulated from a hodgepodge of data sources that aren't suitable for comparison. Within the study, the department acknowledges that the raw data for many years of the study, I think up till 1991, are not available. And so there are egg deposition figures used as the foundation for this study, for which the original data cannot be found. I did a Public Information Act request a couple months ago to get a better look at this data in response to this study. And I really don't believe that the department has the information to substantiate their claims that undergird this study. And the result of this study is an unfished biomass estimate of 85,000 tons. That is lower than the department's assumed biomass for 13 of the last 20 years. The last 20 years have seen higher commercial fishing take than ever before. It does not make sense, unless there's something extraordinary going on in the water, which is really promoting vast herring fisheries, vast herring populations. It does not make sense that in this context, you would put into place an unfished biomass estimate that is higher, that is lower rather than most forecast years in the last couple decades. And so just to sum that up, I think the unfished biomass is artificially suppressed through use of surrogate, I would call it junk data for certain years, through the non-use of certain high recent years. The last few years of very high forecasts are not in the simulation study and are not contributing to bringing that biomass figure up. And then there's, well, I'll stop there. I think I can cover other bases, but I do not believe that that the recommended threshold is high enough at 26,000 tons. It should be higher. I would recommend 50,000 tons. And I don't think that 15% gives enough room for error in case of large overestimates, as we're seeing last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll take the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kyle Rosenau from Sitka Tribe, Alaska, and I'll try to address, I think, the question that Mr. Wood brought up a few minutes ago. I think it's possible that different groups of people have different metrics by which they view the health of the population. I think that there is considerable overlap in those metrics, but a lot of what we have heard is about biomass. And I think from what I've heard from elders and subsistence harvesters, biomass is certainly important, but I think their most important metric for the health of the population is about the spatiotemporal distribution of spawn. So where are fish spawning? Is it in suitable and accessible habitat? Is it happening over prolonged periods that are appropriate for people to have time to set their branches and secure good harvests? And I think what I have heard, my understanding from elders is that reflecting back on a longer time scale prior to reduction fisheries, closer to the turn of the century, there's been a contraction in the spatiotemporal distribution of spawn. So they don't spawn in all the places that they used to. The spawn is generally moved westward into less suitable habitat, and the time of the spawn has contracted to, I guess, there's variability year by year, but we'll just say that the overall duration of the spawn has contracted. At least that's my understanding from elders and harvesters.
Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Kyle, when you say less suitable habitat, what do you mean? If they're spawning there, what's it not suitable for?
Yes, thank you for the question. Certain beaches might be more or less preferred for setting eggs. So if a beach is really sandy or exposed to large currents or large swells, sandy beaches, the sand can get kind of into the eggs and it's unpleasant. People don't like to eat those eggs, so harvesters will avoid sandy beaches. Places with large swells and heavy currents can sometimes tumble the branches and sort of also render those, I think, unsuitable or maybe not unsuitable, significantly less desirable for subsistence consumption. And so, people definitely prefer areas close to town, protected from large swells, away from sandy beaches. And so it's not, I guess it's not, if there's spawn, you can't just throw a branch in and it's going to be fine no matter what. There is a significant amount of selectivity, for where people prefer to set their branches.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Kyle. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, Board, for the record, I'm Charlie Skolka Jr. I think I can speak a little bit on our science. Our science isn't recognized like your guys's, but in all, native fishermen on the West Coast have practiced sustainable fishing for well over 10,000 years. Science proves that. Your science proves that. The only thing that's really changed that in the last 1,000 years is the way these eggs have been harvested. As natives, we do it in a sustainable manner. We either put hemlock branches in the water or we collect it on kelp. This method doesn't kill the fish to get the product. This has been going on for well over 10,000 years. What I find alarming is the department itself has admitted that their projected biomass might have been skewed a little by some sampling that went awry. I've noticed over the years in Sitka Sound that I will admit we had a huge peak of herring biomass in the late 80s into the early 90s. But since then, as a resident of the area, I've noticed a steady decline. The one thing that I've seen change over those years is the way these biomasses are being projected. There's not enough room for error to protect the stock. We saw where one or two miscalculated samples put that stock at well over 400,000 tons, and then the state had to come back and say, we're sorry, these numbers are skewed. I guess there was just a little over 200,000 tons in that area. And that leads me to believe that their science and their math are in question. I think this proposal is good. It's not too restrictive, but it does put an upper end on it. Because for all we know, this recalculation at 200,000 tons, I really don't know that that's accurate either. Because in my experience, I've seen a steady decline. Like the gentleman before me said, areas where there used to be spawn that lasted for months, we're only seeing days. The egg deposition, I've noticed with the increased pressure from these larger nets and the squeezing and the testing and the sampling, we're seeing more and more loose eggs. So much loose eggs that 3 to 4 feet of loose eggs is being counted in their samples. That's from premature spawning. I could go on and this, but I want to speak on other proposals here, but I am, yes.
We're starting to get into information that's been disclosed in public testimony.
Okay,
Let's keep it to new information and try to wind up.
So my thing is after hearing about that, that was new information to me. I had no idea that the department had miscalculated so grossly. If there's any questions about this, I'm not speaking for the entire region, but I do have a lot of knowledge about Sitka herring and southeast herring. So if there are any questions for the board.
Seeing no questions, thank you, Charlie. We'll take the next speaker.
Board, my name is Juan Carlos Schwanes. I'm a lifelong Sitka resident. I've been there, involved in the fisheries since I was a kid, pretty much. I've watched this fishery go from pretty much next to nothing as far as the biomass to what it is now, which is speaks greatly on the behalf of the Department of Fish and Game and how they manage the fishery. There's definitely been changes in town. Living there, you see the changes. The fisheries have, or the herring have moved. There's no doubt about it. It seems like they've moved to the west. What people don't talk about is the fact that the city itself has changed. They built this massive breakwater. We've changed the water flow going through. You just see, you recognize the movements of the fish are different. They just don't go through town as much as they used to, and most people would love to see all the herring, back on the road system. They're building houses, after house. The land is so valuable. So, we're our own worst enemies as far as moving it. Mother Nature, I feel, has a way of rectifying that by moving to better areas and where there's less people and less movement. The fishery itself seems to be fairly healthy, and as far as, the biomass. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on that. And
thank you. Questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, so in about 30 seconds, I'm cutting off. So whoever's not in line in 30 seconds, we're going to move on. So we'll take the next speaker.
For the record, my name is Paulette Marino. Klinedi Tuasak Kagwantan Yakli Take Unyek is my Tlingit name. I come before you at this time and the honorable people of the land on which we stand. Good Ashish for having us here. To the chair and to the members of this committee. Within your hand holds the future of what the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and the Alaska Native people have held for tens of thousands of years. Your decisions are crucial over the next 3 years and to our future generations. I also represent at this time Sitka, Tlingit, and Haida Community Council, the Alaska Native Sisterhood, the oldest Native organized civil rights organization in the country. I've also had the blessings of Alaska Native Intertribal that I'll be speaking. And most of all, I am a harvester. There are only 40 to 50 traditional and customary harvesters in our area. There are about 7 to 8 women who stand beside our men to help our collective voices, saying that this is an opportunity and a time with this new information. We spoke on traditional knowledge. We brought things forward. We hope that we have brought them forward in a respectful way. Your decisions have not been made until you have heard each and every one of our voices. So with that being said, I'd like to direct my comments on 171, particularly to the department's proposal. I believe that people do the very best they can with the scientific information that they've had. They have come up with numbers. With our traditional knowledge and information that we have as a harvester on the waters taught by many elders, I would like to say that what we see is not the same. What is presented to you is that we have 20 miles of spawn plus to be able to go out and provide for our families. The reality to the board, if I may, is that if you were to imagine this whole entire room, where at one time, this whole row, if it was hemlock trees or kelp or neh, which is eggs on hair, we were in abundance and able to get food for our families. Now, through traditional knowledge, and this is very important, just as important as department or scientific knowledge, our traditional knowledge when we are out on the boats, sometimes very small skiffs, sometimes risking our lives, to do what is most important and feed our families, that we have to go and we have to find the size of just one row instead of 20 rows in length to be able to set a branch. We have to make sure that we're not setting it in sandy places, rocky places, and what we see from the department's calculations, it has not been conservative enough. You will have many that will speak after we do. You'll have many proposals before you. Within those proposals is our wisdom, is our way and our voice to say, take into consideration the thoughts, not only of our ancestors, we're talking about what we see on the day, and we are some of the highest traditional science and knowledge holders who have taken care of this resource. I would be happy to answer additional questions, but my new information is the information that we collectively will bring before you, and it is not as it seems. It is very hard for us to come forward, and we believe that this needs to be a conservative, even more of a conservative number.
Okay, thank you, Paulette. Questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'll take the next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Steve Johnson, Sitka Tribe of Alaska, and I'm also a traditional harvester of herring eggs, and I wanted to follow up on one of Board Member Wood's questions, and that is about the deposition of spawn, particularly on cruise-off. The past few years, we've seen a lot of spawn happen over there, and that gets included into the data. But the one thing that doesn't get included into the data is how many of those eggs actually hatch and become little fish. So although the herring have moved over to that area, a fair amount of them get pummeled by the big surf, which last year we lost a boat over there. And majority of those eggs end up on the beach. They get eaten by bears, birds, and cooked in the sun, and they never become little fish. And that's a bit of information I wanted to add. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Thanks for providing that information. I just have a quick question. Were you involved through the Sitka tribe the last couple of board cycles in bringing forward proposals that are very similar to what the department is bringing forward at this time?
I'm only recently elected to the Sitka Tribe Council, but I've been a harvester for a majority of my life, since I could walk.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Steve. I'll take the next speaker.
Hi, Raymond May here from Kodiak. I am a Sitka herring, or Southeast Alaska herring sacral permit holder. I've participated in this fishery for 20-some years, starting on deck, moving to the skiff from the air with a tender, and in 2014 I was able to purchase my permit to operate myself. Looking for new information, we're looking at one of the most robust fisheries, one of the healthiest stocks, if not Alaska, the world. I don't see how it's broken and why we're trying to fix it. I appreciate the department's science. They've done a great job at managing. I also believe in where their threshold is. I'm trusting their science, but I'm not trusting the harvest rate using data coming out of Canada. Canada used to have 5 fisheries. They're now down to 1. That's not the place I'm looking to use science from, if it's my opinion. Just trying to point out stuff that you guys haven't seen or maybe don't know about. I'm sure the department or somebody might have better data on some of those points and how they come up with their harvest rates down there with the different stocks. But if we got a stock that's not broken, why are we trying to fix the harvest rate?
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Ray.
Yes, sir.
From your experience in the fishery over the years, how close have they come to hitting the GHL, say, in the last 5 years? Like, what percentage of harvest has been brought in compared to what you were allowed to harvest?
In the last 5 years, maybe we hit the harvest once or twice. The department might know that, but I don't see Aaron here, but maybe someone there could answer that. But for instance, last year, I want to say we got like 5% of the overall biomass, and we were allowed a 20% exploration rate, if I'm correct. And so we only took, what, 9,000 tons or something like that out of I don't even remember how large that quota was. We're on that biomass is incredible.
Okay, thanks. I'll direct that to the department. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Oh, thank you, Raymond. Next speaker, please.
Yakutat and Yakusani Oktawasiku Acclaim Ganatish Hatia de Atantuquan. My name is Tom Gamble. I'm a former tribal council member from the Sitka Tribe of Alaska. I served as the president of A&B and a former delegate of Tlingit and Haida. To add to the resume, I was one of the very few traditional harvesters that provided subsistence to our people of the Sitka Tribe of Alaska. A very unique position came along when Commissioner Rue signed his MOA with then Tribal Chair Gil Truitt. The MOA, in its fullest form, worked very well for addressing some of these issues that you hear right now about thresholds. I can acknowledge right now that one of the greatest problems that we have is that there is no in-season assessment. Once the department sets a GHL in January, they never revisit whether or not their numbers were correct in season. They do all of their on-the-fly testing through test fishing to gauge when the females are ripe. Not that they're plentiful, they try their best to try to assess the stocks, but I also am privy to the information that our own tribe hired a biologist and they did a stock delineation study. The stock delineation study recognized that there were 3 unique stocks in Sitka Sound. The department, however, only recognizes them as 1. And Dr. Dressel, good to see you. has also admitted in 2007 that the biomass was shrinking. We were missing age classes through that model, but they were still using their formula. With respect to the gentleman, I don't want any crossfire, but when he says there are robust fisheries and there needs to be no changes because Canada had 5 fisheries, they're now down to 1, well, guess what? The state of Alaska, your department, used to have 9 here in the southeast Alaska. Seymour Canal, West Beam, all of those names are no longer fished. Craig has a very small kelp situation that allows them to prosper. But Sitka Sound now is the one place. It represents mostly 1/3. Like Southeast in the region represents 1/3 of all the herring fisheries. Sitka, it represents the largest. And if you add up the GHLs of every single one of those other areas, they don't even come close to what the GHL is in Sitka. So my recommendation is, go find that stock delineation study. Make sure it's published by peers. Review it, understand it, and know that our elders have been saying this for a long time. The Salisbury Sound herring are not the same as Sitka Sound, and the Aspid Cape herring are not the same as Salisbury. So with respect to using a GHL that says this is how much herring are in the Sound, go fish them all. You may be wiping out a small stock that was mixing unintentionally if you don't start to look at the threshold levels. The thing about a forecast is it said it was going to snow today. I dressed for snow. Well, when I woke up, the forecast changed. And that's exactly what we need to do. Wake up. Let's change this forecast. We're all responsible for the resource. This room is filled with people whose lives depend on it, either monetarily or spiritually, or both. And the board, with all of the proposals that have ever come for herring, has heard the most passionate from both sides. I've been thrown out of one meeting before. I care enough about herring to say what I believe and stick to it. And so do all these other people. So the number of years that the fishery met or exceeded the quota versus the number of years that subsistence people have failed to meet theirs is not even fair, because we had to go on record 6 or 7 years without meeting our needs. Only recently are we starting to see the science catch up with the fishing. We're not saying that they're bad scientists, but some of the numbers may have been skewed enough. When we read in the newspaper that 40% of the fishermen could have targeted 40% of their original GHL under an error, we have to pay attention to that, because Sitkans, Alaskans, cannot afford errors in science. And so as we speak to threshold levels and other strategies for conservation, we can only hope that they work. We are not here as subsistence gatherers trying to shut your fishery down. And my uncle said again, in his own words, we're here working alongside you, hoping you hear us so we can save your fishery. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much.
For the record, Peter Bradley. Just while we're still on the proposal that is responsive to the simulation study to calculate unfished biomass, in the study, the department presents the boom year biomass of 2016 as being a 1 in 43 year sort of fluke. That's according to their current thinking, but the age structure of the 2016 of the population that has come through in the last several years is nearly identical to the age structure of the population that the department saw in the late 80s. And I offer that as a way of saying that the department's own data can be used in a variety of different ways, and it is being presented to you in one. But in those late 80s years, in 1988, that was the greatest mileage of spawn ever seen in Sitka Sound. It hasn't been exceeded since. In 1992, that was the greatest mile days of spawn ever seen in Sitka Sound. Hasn't been exceeded since. Those years are represented by the department as having 1/10 the modern biomass. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the board, let's move on to the next proposal, 172.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle Hebert with the department. Proposal 172, this is another department proposal. It would reduce the maximum allowable harvest rate from 20% to 15%, but for all other stocks in Southeast Alaska, not just Sitka. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no proposer up, again, folks, let's move to the side. If I don't see a line here after that's done, we'll move on. So seeing one, go ahead. Let's keep it to new information.
My name is Heather Bauscher, representing the Petersburg Advisory Committee. The Petersburg AC was opposed to this 2-7 due to concern for the effects to the Craig, Rowan, Kelp, and bait fishery shared guideline harvest limits. Under the current harvest rate, the biomass has risen to an all-time high. GHLs, but under smaller GHLs seen in the past, there may be reduced opportunity for the fishery.
Thank you, Heather. Go ahead, Peter.
Peter Bradley for the record. I'm not sure offhand which inside waters fisheries are still on the book as being available if threshold levels are exceeded. But I did hear you asking the other day why inside waters herring fisheries have not returned to historic levels. I think that's an important question. I might offer that if inside waters fisheries were ever to happen again, that perhaps they wouldn't want to exceed 5%. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Seeing no questions, let's move on to 173.
Mr. Chair, Troy Tinas for the record. Proposal 173 was the first of several proposals that Director Nelson identified, and staff comments and such were developed before that error was identified. This proposal would replace 5AC 27.160G with a statement regarding utilization of herring, resulting in the GHL using the GHL to be determined using methods utilized for other Southeast Alaska herring stocks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Heather.
Heather Bauscher for the record. Petersburg Advisory Committee was opposed to this. The biomass has grown in the last decade under department management and has shared harvest between subsistence and commercial users.
Questions from the board? Seeing none and no one else in the audience, let's move on to 174.
Mr. Chair, Kyle Hebert with the department. Proposal 174. This proposal would remove the regulation that specifies the threshold and how harvest rate will be calculated for the Sitka Sound fishery and would replace it with a threshold of 50,000 tons with a GHL cap of 2,500 tons for forecasts that are up to 100,000 tons and a cap of 5,000 tons when the forecast is above 100,000 tons. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Come on up, Heather.
Heather Bauscher for the record. Petersburg Advisory Committee was opposed to this. Members supported the department science-based proposal 171 instead.
Thank you. Peter, come on up.
For the record, Peter Bradley. This proposal would set a maximum harvest at 5,000 tons. That seems low by today's standards. I want to note, though, from reviewing old Board of Fisheries records, this fishery did not become so contentious until the harvest levels started to exceed 5,000 tons. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, let's move on. Go ahead.
For the record, Charlie Skolka Jr. again. I think one thing that's being overlooked here is what can the market sustain? The market has showed that 10,000 tons is quite a reach. This is the only fishery in the state where people go fishing and don't know what they're going to get until the fish have left the country. I think for the future of the fishery, it'd be this proposal would be good to limit that source and maybe help the fishery recover. This is something that we haven't looked at. This is new information. By limiting the amount of herring going out there, that should help raise the price. Right now, it's my guess that the state of Alaska is paying more in regulating and studying this fishery than the actual fishery is worth. That's one set of numbers that I don't see released when numbers are presented in your releases, is how much is the state and other agencies paying to regulate and enforce this fishery and study it and so on and so forth. Would it be in the state's best interest to maybe take a couple of years off, let the market recover, and maybe save the state some money?
Thank you, Charlie. Questions from the board? Seeing none. Thank you. Paulette, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. Paulette Marino for the record. Take Unyake. Central Council Tlingit Hyde Indian Tribes of Alaska, of which I have the humble opportunity to be the 6th Vice President, supports this proposal. Under new information, I would like to say that what our previous speaker said as far as taking a break or taking some time off. Several years ago during COVID, many of our harvesters were in Sitka Sound. And during that time, there was no commercial fishery. It was one of the best years that we ever had. The herring were at ease. The harvesters were at ease. We had plenty of herring eggs for our families, for those that we shared. And under new information, and I'm sure that as you've been deliberating over the last 2 weeks on things, and thank you for the minds that you bring forward and the experience you do. But under new information, I would like to say that we are as important as any other user group. And we have the traditional knowledge and experience and have proven that we have been able to manage this amount of herring that has come in for what we call time immemorial. And under new information, I'd also like to say there are many other areas within Alaska that no longer have their herring stock. I think that that is very important. And the herring that are coming in to Sitka Sound are not spawning in the same way or behaving in the same way. It takes, for new information, it takes 10 times more of our resources to go out and practice our traditional customary ways. It takes 10 times more hours. Sometimes I spend 20 hours on an open skiff out there during this time to get 1/10 of the resources, because just like you, we want to feed our families the best of what we can find. And when a hemlock tree comes up and has sand or rocks, or it's half full or even 3/4 full, we put it back down in the water. So we are doing the best we can, as the previous speaker said a couple days ago. It is not by a lack of effort. So under new information, I would like to say that we need to be as conservative as possible. And under new information also, you have the honorable opportunity to listen to the harvesters, our elders, our people who are coming before you, not to shame you or not to do anything to harm, but to help you find answers. We can do this together in a cooperative and in a collective thing. Thank you. Ganesh.
Thank you, Paulette. Questions? Okay, we'll take the next speaker. If you want to speak on this, you've got about 20 seconds left.
My name is Kakatchech. My English name is Kai Montour. I'm a citizen of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. And my comment is that human beings are not the only subsistence users of herring. It's also the salmon, the seabirds, and the sea mammals. And by increasing the amount of herring in the ecosystem, you can increase all the other living beings in the ecosystem, which are all resources for Alaska. Nishish.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Seeing none. Heather, okay. Let's move on to the next one then. Oh. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Mr. Chair, Kyle Hebert with the department. Proposal 175, this proposal would set a cap for the harvest in the Sitka Sound Sacro herring fishery at 15,000 tons. Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no proposer, I'll take the first commenter.
For the record, my name is Devin Calvin. I'm on the Sitka AC. I just wanted to provide some context as to why we voted the way that we did. We had broad support for a cap of some kind, and I'd like to read a quote from our sane seat representative. Even if the GHL allows us to take 80,000 tons, there should be a cap at, say, 40,000 tons, in case an environmental condition caused the stock to crash or the product changed. It's a safety net. If you set it above 25,000 tons, it wouldn't affect SACRO, but would provide protection in case the forecast was off in an extreme way. There was also a support from a commercial SACRO fisherman during our meeting. And the last quote I'd like to read from our meeting is, "It's highly likely that changes in stock are due to changing ocean conditions rather than department management. Nothing says it will necessarily be good for the herring." And as far as dissent in our amended proposal, some thought the cap should be higher. And there was concern among the audience that this was a blind cut that is inconsistent with abundance-based management. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on. Heather, go ahead.
For the record, my name is Heather Bauscher, Petersburg Advisory Committee. We took proposal 175, 176, and 177 up together as a suite. Members spoke to the success of department in their current management and appreciate the efforts of the department to work with local subsistence harvesters to ensure ample opportunities for subsistence use.
Thank you, Heather. Seeing no questions, Charlie, come on up.
For the record, Charlie Skolka again. Although I support a cap, I cannot support one this high, and neither can the market. If we look at the numbers, it's never exceeded 12,000 tons, and since it's doubled from 4,000 or 5,000 tons, we've seen the market crash. Although I support a cap, I think it should be right about half of what the harvest level is right now, 5,000 or 6,000 tons.
Thank you, Charlie. Seeing no questions, come on up, Peter.
Thank you, Peter Bradley for the record. It's only in the last decade or so that the fleet has had the opportunity to harvest 15,000 tons or more, and that's happened a few times in the last decade. The largest harvest by far was the 25,000 ton take in 2022. And it takes about a day for every 2,000 tons that this fishery wants. For every 2,000 or 2,500 tons, it takes a day of fishing, at least. And so that 2,500 ton harvest involved 2 weeks, maybe I think a little more than 2 weeks of chronic pressure on the spawning stocks of the most legendary herring spawning grounds in Southeast Alaska. That's most of the duration of the herring spawning season. Why would you not expect a bunch of large boats cruising around, moving fish with nets, doing test sets, disturbing fish while they're spawning? That's going to have an effect. 2 weeks of constant fishing on spawning herring that a subsistence priority should be reserved for is just too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Seeing no questions, I'll take the next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mitch Eide. I'm a permit holder. I've been going to Sitka since 1975 when I was 10 years old. And I would just like to say that since that time, sure, there's been peaks and valleys, but the trend is up. The stock's getting bigger. And, you know, I'm okay with a cap. How about, what's our largest harvest? 25,000 tons, I think the gentleman mentioned? I don't remember 25,000, I remember 18. But if we figure out a way to do something else with these things, why constrict what we might be able to do? If the fish are there and available, why shouldn't we be able to use them? Especially if we come up, I mean, if we come up with a better product form. I mean, that's our biggest problem right now. And lastly, I guess, I've heard the department just get trashed up here. And my 20 years doing politics, mostly salmon, these guys are the best in the world. There's nobody else that comes close. Not the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, not the Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans, ADF&G. It doesn't get any better than these guys. I don't know if they made a mistake. I don't really care because I have faith that they'll do the right thing when it matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Questions from the board? Seeing none. Next speaker, if you want to speak on this, you've got about 30 seconds to get in line. Come on up, Paulette.
You're speaking to Tlingit women for 30 seconds. It starts now. Paulette Marino for the record. Central Council, Tlingit and Haida, Indian Tribes of Alaska, Sixth Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Sitka, Tlingit and Haida Community Council, Alaska Intertribal, and herring egg harvester. So to the questions of why this matters, why fish should be taken out of fisher there. Once again, traditional knowledge states sustainability is really where we're coming from. We know the fish, it is a spiritual and a connection that is so strong to the very fiber of our culture and our people. And we are saying that conservation is conservative management, and we are the best example that the Department of Fish and Game will ever have on managing this resource. We should not take every fish out or every herring out just because it's there. Gunishish.
Thank you, Paulette. Seeing no questions, come on up, Charlie.
Charlie Skolka again, and with all due respect, I would like to kind of reiterate on what Ms. Marino said. There is no group that has successfully managed this fishery in a sustainable way than the indigenous people that lived here. We successfully co-managed this with other tribes and other groups in our region for over 10,000 years. And we've been, I mean, you look at our proposals, they're all very similar, but all they really are is just olive branches that we've been reaching out there and trying to get you guys to take. What we really want to see is a successful co-management system. And to say that Washington State is doing a bad job, I got to argue that. They've had a successful co-management system in with the Bolt decision for decades. And to say that it isn't successful, it's really a slap in the face to all Fish and Game, not just Alaska. And I'll admit myself, I make mistakes. Just ask my wife. She'd be the first one to tell you. And the first thing I can say to everybody here is it's all right to be wrong. But what we want to see here is progressive, working together in a positive manner. And I think it's in everybody's best interest, the fishermen, the state, and the subsistence users, to take these baby steps and work together. I think we could have a positive outcome here. I know we could. And conservation, to err on the side of conservation, is so much greater than to err on the other side.
Charlie, we're starting to repeat old information.
Okay, but I've got one more thing. This fishery is, what we're talking about here is a specific fishery, sacro. To even consider the thought of reallocating that to another type or source of harvest method I don't agree with that. And I certainly hope that you guys don't too.
Thank you, Charlie. Questions? Seeing none, I'll take the next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Marcus Nelson. I'm a full-blooded Tsimshian, born and raised in Malakala. I've been fishing the Sitka Sound Sacro herring fishery for the last 15 years. And to speak against a limit of 15,000 tons for a full fishery, I think you would have problems 2 or 3 years down the road. With the 47, 48 permits, those 47 or 48 boats will go out and get that 15,000 tons in one day, and it will hurt the fishery. As it is today, you have the perfect model for the Sitka Sound Sacro fishery, and it's very easy working with the state and Fish and Game. But I wouldn't want to see the fishery hurt by getting 15,000 tons in one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Seeing no questions, I think we're going to break for lunch. Let's all come back at 1:30 and we'll wrap up committee of the whole and get into the deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. 133, back on the record, still in Committee of the Whole, Group 6. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's get started with 176.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle Hebert with the Division of Commercial Fisheries, Proposal 176. This proposal would limit the Sitka Sound herring commercial harvest rate to no more than 10%. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll take the first commenter.
Hello, Kyle Rosendahl, Sitka Tribe, Alaska. This proposal came through one of STA's internal committee meetings. An elder had suggested this proposal as sort of a contrast to the next proposal we'll talk about, 177. Internally, there's some discussion that sometimes more complicated proposals are maybe more challenging to pass at the board, and so this was suggested as a very simple, very easy to understand proposal that would still accomplish some of the tribe's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Seeing none. Peter, come on up.
Thank you, Peter Bradley for the record. I'd like to share a letter. I submitted it just now in RC 190. This is the tail
Peter,
end.
if you've submitted an RC, let's not read from it.
Okay, I'll summarize it then.
Yeah. We don't need to summarize. This is new information. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and summarize quickly.
Thank you. Jim Parker, the first manager of the fishery in 1996, he had been the manager through the 70s, and he recommended that the harvest level be set no higher than 10%. It also seems prudent, given that twice in the last 12 years there have been double overestimates by the department, that setting the harvest level at 10% would make it less likely that there'd that an actual harvest rate over 20% would be affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, Kyle Hebert with the department. Proposal 177 would do three things. It would reduce the lower end of the Sitka Sound herring harvest range to 10%, down from 12%. Second, it would change the harvest rate formula to be similar to that used for all other Southeast herring stocks. And third, it would raise the fishery threshold from 25,000 tons to 50,000 tons. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have one commenter. Come on up, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle Rosendahl, Sitka Tribe, Alaska. This proposal had its genesis at the 2022 Board of Fisheries meeting. Prior to that meeting, STA tried to update the state's estimate of average unfished biomass. So that was, at that time, the most recent estimate was published in 1998, I believe. And so STA basically tried to recreate that analysis and just add roughly 25 years of, maybe 20 years of data that hadn't been incorporated to that time. So more or less exactly what the state did for Proposal 170, or sorry, I shouldn't say exactly, very similar to what the state did for Proposal 171, similar type of analysis. There are a few fine differences there, and the state touched on them in its paper, its report that it did. The two main ones I would say is STA's analysis used the mean instead of the median. And that 1998 analysis that the state did also used the mean. So we tried to be consistent there. But as the state alluded to, for different distributions of data or for different purposes, different goals, you might prefer the mean, you might prefer the median. And then the other major change from STA's proposal to 171 is that STA recommended a 40% threshold for the average unfished biomass, and that comes from a paper on forage fishes generally that sort of gave recommendations. If you have the sort of information you might have about a population, it recommended different threshold levels. So if you have a lot of information, maybe a 30% threshold is fine. If you have a little less information, a 40% threshold. And it's sort of a fuzzy analysis. It's not exactly prescriptive. You don't sort of enter in a few things and it spits out the right threshold for you, but it's sort of what we thought fit best. Also, I think since this proposal, I think those are the two key differences. There are a few other smaller differences, but without trying to take too much time. I think since this proposal has passed, since this proposal was submitted, the 2024 season, I think, really made STA feel very strongly about wanting a reduced maximum harvest rate or a hard cap even on the GHL, where, I think as you might have heard, the forecast was a little bit off in 2024 and would have allowed for a 40% exploitation rate. And so reducing the maximum harvest rate would provide extra protection against that in the future. And I think to kind of speak to that, I think I've heard some comments that sort of the fishery is self-regulating to a degree, like it's not taking all of the GHL. And I think that a lot of people are not comfortable with that as conservative management, because if the markets change and people could take a lot of the GHL in years when the model doesn't do as well as we would like, you could harvest a lot more fish than you might have intended, and it might have some negative repercussions. With that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Carpenter.
Were you with the Sitka tribe the last two board cycles?
Yes.
Did you just say in your in the committee of the whole that a proposal similar to this was put in by the Sitka tribe?
It was submitted. This analysis was submitted as a public comment, so it didn't make it wasn't a proposal that the board debated. Basically, we did this analysis, and then we sent it to ADF&G to ask if they had any comments or feedback, and then we submitted it as a PC in the lead up to the meeting. So it wasn't debated by the board as a formal proposal.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Kyle. Devin, come on up.
Devin Calvin, Sitka AC, here to provide context as to why we voted the way we did. We decided to take no action on this proposal. We thought that voting would contradict our support for 171, which was a 26,000 threshold. I would like to point out that we supported 190 almost unanimously, which lists the tribal government would be able to determine minimum spawning biomass thresholds below which fishing will not be allowed. So I believe that the Sitka AC is not opposed to changes that in the threshold that originate from a collaborative consent-based framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Seeing no questions, Peter?
Thank you. Peter Bradley for the record. I'd like to point out that 2018 was a year that the fishery paused partway through the season and ended up closing. Didn't open again for the next couple of years. Conditions were really difficult for the commercial fishery that year. Conditions were also, as I understand it, not being a subsistence harvester, rather terrible for the subsistence harvest in 2018. The biomass in 2018 is thought to have been 55,000 tons, which is 5,000 tons more than this threshold would be. And so given the concerns about shifting baselines and methodology, I think it's important to use that recent reference point of what a bad year is in terms of biomass. And 2018 at 55,000 tons felt like a bad year for everybody. I further want to say, what is it that I want to say? That in addition to the methodological concerns over the years, another important change happened partway through the time series that the department uses to derive the unfished biomass, from which you are to set a threshold. And in 1994, the pulp mill closed in Sitka. And most every manager up to that point commented on the influence of the pulp mill on the herring stocks as a real negative influence. and reported, drifting mats of industrial slime during spawning season. There were other years where there were fish kills. And so I think that's another reason that the simulation study should only factor in somewhat more recent years. And if earlier years in the time series were omitted from the study, then the unfished biomass would be higher as a result, and might get you closer to a 50,000 ton threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I'll take the next speaker.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Ron Blake from Cordova, Alaska. I was a participant in the 2018 fishery, and the reason why it was a tough fishery had nothing to do with the size of the spawn. The spawn was farther out on Cruzoff Island, and it was heavy and good, and the department had done a pretty good job of estimating what was there. We just missed them, and that's all I got.
Thank you, Ron. Come on up, Paulette.
For the record, Paulette Marino. To the chair and to the board, I'm a traditional woman harvester of the Sitka Sitka herring. Also, I represent the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp, Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, and Sitka Tlingit and Haida Community Council. And also, I've been permission to speak for Alaska Native Intertribal Association. Under new information, I bring these hats forward not to bring attention to myself, but under new information, but to the people from the villages who support Sitka Tribe of Alaska's stance as we go forward to conservative management if there is a huge amount of biomass in the ocean, because many of our people are not able to attend this meeting. With the recent federal freeze, even though it was rescinded, there are a lot of people from villages. I understand that the department was wondering where our voice was. Some of our people have been at other fish meetings. Other ones just cannot afford to come here. So I hope to say that a biomass is much more than just a big group of fish. It is something that when it comes into the sound, we want to make sure that we are once again very conservative with it, that we're very careful with it as we look forward to the next things that happen within this season. So if there is a high number, a high biomass, and we as harvesters know that there is a big threshold, then it affects our traditional and customary ways, because there are more big boats out that, and we're just small little boats. It's like a David and Goliath story. And when the boats go around and there's a high biomass set, then did you know that their engines disturb the peace of the herring? And when they come in and they're waiting for the fishery to open, it disturbs the traditional corridors of the herring. So I would just like to briefly say, under new information, that that is traditional and customary knowledge, that the herring need a peaceful place to spawn to get the quality of eggs that we need. And we support and stand by Sitka Tribe of Alaska on this proposal. Guneshish.
Thank you, Paulette. Seeing no questions and no other speakers, let's move on to 178.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach, and I'm the Sitka Assistant Area Management Biologist for Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 178. This would direct the board to designate Sitka Sound, north of the latitude of Dorothy Narrows, a fishery reserve for spawning herring during the months of February, March, and April, and close those waters to commercial herring fishing. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Heather Bauscher, representing the views of the Petersburg Advisory Committee. The Petersburg AC took up 178 and 179 together and was opposed. These two proposals were reviewed and voted on as a suite. Members noted that these areas have been fished for a day or two for many of the last 10 years and would be a significant loss to the commercial fishery. They noted these closures could push the fleet into less successful waters and potentially extend the amount of time it takes them to prosecute the fishery as a whole. There are several Petersburg ported boats and a processor that participate in this fishery that also that would be affected by these and previous proposals aimed at reducing the commercial fishing access in Sitka.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions? Okay, next up, coming up.
Hello, I'm Raymond May from Kodiak, a Sitka Sound permit holder. I'm going to go down a list of things that we have done to work with the local subsistence harvesters in the last, let's say 12, 15 years. 2012, we raised the threshold of the fishery to 25,000 tons, Board of Fish action. 2012, we closed core subsistence area 10 square miles. 10 square miles for them to be able to have subsistence harvest in where we have zero harvest for commercial fishery. That was a Board of Fish action also. 2012 to 2018, industry resumes eggs on branch harvest program to ensure subsistence needs are met. 2015, closure of Makanadi Island area, Federal Subsistence Board action. 2015, fishery closed without harvesting a full commercial quota to assist in meeting subsistence needs, department action, as requested of the industry. 2018, close of the core subsistence area expanded to 16.5 square miles, Board of Fish action. 2019, every permit holder receives a letter from Sitka Tribe of Alaska calling for a cease and desist of efforts to supply herring eggs on branches. In response, SHCA suspends supplement herring egg harvest program conducted by Alaska Native permit holders. 2019, ACR 4 to reduce GHL for Sitka Sacro failed, 0 to 7, Board of Fish action. 2022, STA, SHCH compromise at Board of Fish meeting to agree to pull all proposals. The reason why you don't have any proposals in front of you from permit holders in Sitka right now. We thought we were all standing there to work with each other and not come back and waste everybody's time of the same proposals year after year after year.
Thank you, Ray. Member Carpenter?
Yeah, thanks, Ray. So at the last board cycle meetings, were you in the room or were you involved with the meeting between the industry, commercial permit holders, and the Sitka Tribe herring protectors?
Yes, I was.
Was there any arrangement that was made, or was there any agreement that was talked about and agreed to? And could you tell me what the effect of that agreement had on that particular meeting and what your understanding was that moving forward, how that agreement was supposed to take into account?
My understanding when we left that room, we sat in a room, a couple board members are not here that were in that room now. We went back and forth trying to find some middle ground. In the end, we pulled our proposals, they pulled their proposals, and we walked away not going down that path.
Thanks.
Seeing no further questions, next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Paulette Marino, traditional woman harvester. I speak as a traditional woman harvester at this time. So we also have done our very best to work together, as is a spirit of collaboration that we come forward with you. We know that there are different interests involved. We know that there has been a state by year of some actions that have been taken. As a harvester, I would like to say under new information that the commercial fleet, who is only trying to make a living to feed their families and take care of their families, when an amount is put forward by the Department of Fish and Game, we as harvesters, and I'll be out there within 4 to 6 weeks with just a handful of us harvesting, what is decided here on real time, on the water, on our boats, makes a huge difference. And I feel as though, as far as speaking about meetings that perhaps had taken place on the side and agreements that had been come to so that we don't have these things to come back up, under new information, perhaps if the references to these things are to our knowledge, I feel that having, through the chair, having a traditional knowledge segment was in a positive direction, and this is our science. So I think it's really important not to refer to meetings that had been taking place on the side, but the meetings that are taking place here in front of you and the decisions that you are making and that you're responsible for. But as a harvester, it does affect us very much, and we have come to the table many times. We have called the department, we have called the tribe who works very closely with us, and we have compromised also. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulette. Seeing no questions, I'll move on to the next speaker.
For the record, my name is Kai Montour. I currently live in Zanka Takahini, also known as Juneau, Alaska, where the herring no longer run because of commercial harvesting in the past. So I am dependent on the generosity of my relatives in Sitka to eat my traditional food of herring eggs. And I believe, given other statements that have happened in the discussion so far, where miscalculations in the GHL system and also the changing market rates for the value of herring could potentially lead to a devastating loss of the herring in the Sitka area, that it is essential to protect the last spawning grounds left for them in order to ensure that the herring don't disappear completely. So I believe protecting the spawning grounds and the health of the herring while they're spawning should be a huge priority in conservation of the herring. Sheesh.
Thank you, Kai. Seeing no questions and no other speakers, let's move on to 179.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 179, waters closed to commercial herring fisheries in Sitka Sound would be expanded to include the waters of Peninsula Bay. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's have the next speaker come up.
I'm Steve Johnson. I'm the author of Proposal 179, and I believe you've seen the public comments and things on it, so I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Member Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So it looks like about 2 board cycles ago, there was a significant area set aside right outside of town that has now been added to since. And I guess my question is, could you explain, like, if that area isn't sufficient for the traditional harvest with the branches and stuff, and why it's necessary to have to go across the inlet to this area that you're proposing we close?
The herring populations have moved and shifted, and this is one of the areas that we now utilize more.
And do you work with the department to make decisions about where they execute their commercial harvest in season right now?
We don't have a formal agreement to do that, and that's something that we're hoping will come out of this board cycle. But we do provide input as often and as frequently as we can and as necessary.
So in the past, you've had the department and the tribes have worked together to try to keep a separation, because if there are already traditional harvest sets there, they won't allow that commercial harvest there, or keep a certain distance away.
Presently, that's something that we are doing. That's not something that has always occurred in the past, and it's not something that's necessarily spelled out within regulation, but it's something that we're hoping that we can accomplish this cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right.
We'll move on next. Raymond? Ron, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ron Blake, Cordova, Alaska. A couple things I'd like to touch on. So I come from a subsistence community, and both my wife and my child are members of the tribe there and the corporation, couple of the corporations, and I'm definitely I have compassion towards the natives and their subsistence needs. I just don't see where this is going to accomplish anything. Something that needs to be brought up is the department. They don't just. I got to back up. I'm a pretty active test boat for the department. I like to help them in any way I can, and I'm out there doing surveys. And the department doesn't just open the fishery. That's not what they do. They get their boat out there. They look, they make sure that they have sufficient biomass for all user groups. And there's been a couple times where they have delayed any potential opening until they, and I quote, see enough fish. And so to insinuate that the subsistence harvest is going to be in jeopardy if we don't put some more restrictions on the department's ability to manage the fishery, I think is actually counterproductive. The other thing that's important to note, like the gentleman spoke before me, they can go subsist anywhere. There is nothing prohibiting them from putting branches out wherever they want. And no seiner wants to have a bunch of trees in their net. It's not something that's easy to deal with. So I don't see, if somebody could convince me that this was going to help them with their subsistence, then I guess I could support it, but I see no benefit to the tribe.
Thank you.
Go ahead. So when you do that set, as a test, is it you seine around it, and then you do an evaluation of whether or not the herring is at an adequate, for better words, ripe enough in order to be able to have a good harvest?
Okay, yeah, great question. So the department has instructed me in the past to try and get at least 50 tons, so it's an adequate sample, but not too many, right? And so I typically try for the 50 ton. And so then what you do is you close your set, you start person, they have boats there. And the minute the fish start showing in the net, then they get their sample, and then you just turn them loose. You don't ever crowd the fish. I'm not a fish. I don't know if it, how stressful it is, but it's not like dramatically, it's not some dramatic thing for the fish, the test fishing. It's done in a very, is less stressful way, that you can for the fish. And it's the only way they can get, they talk about jig samples in one of these proposals. The jig samples are great, but when you start getting even 5-6%, they are not accurate. You have to get a scoop of fish to know where you're at. And we talk about this, the 18 being a tough fishery. Well, what happened was we didn't get a sample because we weren't being aggressive, because we were trying to not take make a bunch of test sets, and the fish slipped by, and they were a little farther cruise off from where they've been, and we missed basically the entire biomass spawn before we ever got a chance to prosecute a fishery.
Is it the department that's doing the test? Is it the processor, or are they both there?
So the department is the one that authorizes the test. And so then, one of the industry boats goes out and makes the set, and then the department will gather up the samples and bring them into town, and then people, from the industry, the processors will work up the samples. But there's department representatives there through the whole process.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Ron.
Marcus Nelson, Metlakatla Indian Community, I'm a permit holder. I'd like to reiterate everything that Ron has said, and I'd be completely opposed to closing another 30 square miles, as Peninsula is one of the very first areas where the fishery begins. If somebody is subsistence fishing in the area, every permit holder immediately moves out of the area. So it does not bother the area where they're subsisting, and they can subsist in the closed area, which is the 10 miles that the permit holders already relinquished quite a number of years ago.
Thank you, Marcus. Questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, hi, Hugh Blake from Cordova, Alaska. I bought into the Sitka herring in the mid to late 90s, fished for a few years, then sold out. Then I bought back in 2011. And before I bought back in, I investigated herring quite a bit. I read tons of studies from all over, some from Puget Sound and all over the place. And one of the reoccurring themes is, herring do not like any kind of pollution. And so that, this proposal is they're having a hard time getting, subsistence eggs in the traditional spots. And like Ron, I believe in subsistence rights. Well, that new breakwater went in, and when I bought back into the fishery, I noticed a change in the herring stocks had moved. And, like I said, a reoccurring theme is they don't like pollution, and that definitely changed the way the water flowed through that channel and everything. So they have an area where traditionally they can get eggs, and they can't get them there anymore. Maybe it has nothing to do with the commercial fishery. I would be surprised if it did. It's just changes in the town of Sitka, like Carlos said. The town has changed, and so the fish have moved out, and so they can put their branches anywhere, and they can do their egg taking permissible. I don't think that if we're allowed to fish in there, it's going to affect their ability to get fish, their eggs. So.
Thank you, Hugh. Any questions from the board? Oh, Mr. Member Godfrey.
And I didn't ask the gentleman earlier who made that comment because I wasn't sure what he was getting at, but I almost asked him, but you just raised it again. So could you please clarify the town changing,
yes.
Sitka changing? What does that have to do with anything, whether it's subsistence user or commercial user?
Sure. So a couple things happened. It's grown quite a bit, so there's more pollution runoff, just from having more people there. But the big thing is they put a big breakwater in. They changed the harbor. And when I was there before, fishing in the 90s, we used to fish along Halibut Point and right outside town. And when they put that breakwater in, it changed the water flow there. And the other thing that's happened is they shut the pulp mill down, and everybody thinks that was good for the herring, right, because of the pollution. And so the way that the water flows through the harbor along that beach where they traditionally would get product, that's all changed. And I'm not a scientist, I'm just a fisherman, but it seems to me that that could possibly have an effect and could be the reason why they're no longer getting, very much spawn in that area,
Thank you for explaining that.
So.
Thank you, Hugh. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the next speaker. Paulette, come on up.
For the record, Paulette Marino, take Uniake. I wear several different hats that represent approximately 40,000 tribal citizens. So with that being said, we are in support, very much so, of having Peninsula Bay, which is a Sitka traditional territory. And for new information purpose, it is not 15 miles, it is 0.6 miles. It is a bay that we come into as harvesters. The reason why the traditional harvesters, of which I am one of them, would like Peninsula Bay added to this area is because we have been cultivating this area to come back to more of an abundance for our traditional harvest. So this area is also, for new information purposes, it is closer to town. It is safer for our harvesters on small skiffs to be able to reach the bay. It is also more accessible, and it is an area, and we don't just put our trees down. We can't just go into the closed areas and put down trees and every one of them is going to come up. I believe that is a misrepresentation. Our traditional customary knowledge teaches us where, which is a non-rocky, non-sandy shore. So if you began with $1 and you start taking away a quarter and then another quarter and then you get down to a dime and a nickel and even a penny, you have got to be able to have the wisdom to know where to set a tree. Even though there are expanded areas that we have, we as knowledge holders and harvesters are saying this is an area that is safer, more economically feasible, and that produces herring eggs that we would feed our families. We have to do the hundreds of hours of work to be able to get these. So why is it that we are coming forward to the board at this time to ask for this area? Under new information, I believe it's also important to know that for us to continue, I have Kai here who spoke a few times, my nephew. I have my niece that just moved back to Sitka, and I plan on teaching them, as I have many others, how to harvest herring eggs of what I've learned without an area that is accessible. You know, if you didn't have this room today to have your meeting, you would have to find another place and so forth and so on. This is a positive classroom where our elders can continue to share our knowledge. And Peninsula Bay is something that we have helped calculate. So you may have also been given the impression under new knowledge that we are coming forward to ask for something that is not needed because others, such as the department and others, already taught to us and already tell us, and they stay away from these areas and so forth. But it would be under your watch of full faith and goodwill to take a formal step to protect an area that is so vitally important to our traditional cultural ways, and honestly, with what's happening in the nation, our ability to feed our families and others. Goodness cheese, and I would be more than open to questions as a harvester of that area.
Questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you, Paulette. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Janice Jackson, Ketchikan. I used to live in Sitka, and while I don't live there anymore, we are able to eat some of the eggs from Peninsula Bay. And that's because of the good-hearted people from Sitka will go out and harvest it so that we can eat our traditional food that we've been eating for so many generations, that it's in our DNA, and it's very important for us to continue to eat that. And so I stand with my brothers and sisters from Sitka for their courageous fight to keep up with this, you know, to keep our foods coming. It's one of our last foods we can harvest, and it's on the brink of extinction. And this room should be filled with people who eat the herring eggs because it's that important, and it's about ready to become extinct. And that's why I'm standing here. I don't like to come to these things. It's stressful, but I feel it in my heart. And I didn't even know that we got to eat the eggs from Peninsula Bay last year because Steve and all these beautiful people who harvest sent them down to Ketchikan so we could eat it. So it hit my heart really hard that they're harvesting these eggs out in dangerous waters. And my dad used to do that. And it's very dangerous. It's cold. It's in the month of March. And they do that because this is the last of our foods that we have as Native people, that it's a soul food. You know, people say soul food, but it really is a part of our DNA to eat these foods. So I felt it very important that I come up and speak to you about that.
Thank you, Janice. Questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll move on to the next speaker.
I'm Richard Jackson, Takeaway D from the Tongass, Tondaquan, married into the Luknakari from Sitka. And my father's people up there are the Kagwantan, and my grandparents are the Kiksadi from Sitka. A couple days ago, I spoke on the decimation and the collapse of the areas we had. I had three more, Metlakatla, Cat Island, and Village Island. Those collapsed before Kashakes Island. So we're dependent on Sitka for the subsistence that we receive. They supply the minimal subsistence for 30,000 Tlinkits and Haidas. And they're not giving it to 30,000 Tlinkits and Haidas, just a small representation. And I have fished at the herring fishery, it's very competitive, and the subsistence users have a low impact on their fisheries. They can't fish all the area themselves, we have to have a part of it. And Sitka has put in this proposal an area which they would like to have set aside as a place they can go without hindrance and be able to get their food together, and then they harvest for their local town, but they do harvest for other areas. And Tlingit Haida and Sitka tribes of Alaska ship this to those families, and they pay for the mailing. They never sell it, so that we can have some of this harvest. And just to end it real short, when I was in Vietnam, I got a can of subsistence from my sister, which came from Cat Island, where we used to go. It was dried kelp, seaweed, and it was dried fish, and a jar of smoked salmon, which I shared with about 10 Alaskans that were on my ship during our break time. So we really appreciate the effort that is happening here, and we stand in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Board questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker. After the last person in line, we're going to wrap this off.
Devin Calvin, Sitka AC. Please bear with me. I have a number of points. We deliberated over this proposal for 3 meetings. And after a motion to rescind, we amended it, or we supported it 10-4. And the central question that we struggled with was what has changed given precautionary management. What has changed to warrant additional conservation closures, given the health of the stock? And what we found was that, according to the Subsistence Harvest Survey, Eastern and Peninsula Bay have become the most commonly utilized traditional subsistence harvest area. And that's based on the number of survey respondents reporting harvests in that area. The department has said that looking at a longer time series, the core area is the highest used area. However, prior to 2016 and 2017, the harvest was not documented in the northern area, which encapsulates Peninsula and Eastern Bay. So I have to reason that the trends in the harvest estimates and the number of users from different harvest subsistence locations can only be suitable for comparison after 2018, when the survey started to look harder at how many people were using the bay and what the estimated harvest was coming out of that bay. I think I would like the board to consider the recent 5-year trends more heavily. They suggest, again, that Eastern and Peninsula have become the most commonly utilized area and are also incredibly productive as subsistence harvest survey data shows. By contrast, excuse me, it is said in staff, ADF and G staff reports that permissla can be important for providing commercial harvest opportunity. However, I want to say that no actual harvest has been documented in the last 10 years out of this area. And I would encourage the board to think about just the importance of this area for subsistence harvesters in comparison to the importance for commercial users. Lastly, I'd like to say that the dissenting members who voted against this proposal at our meeting thought that supporting a closure was contradictory given the health of the stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Member Wood.
Yeah, just to clarify, did you say that the area proposed in Proposal 179 hasn't been commercially fished in 10 years?
The area has been open in 4 of the last 10 years. However, there has been no harvest documented from Permisla Bay in the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Devin. Peter, come on up.
Hi, Peter Bradley for the record. I have a few points, but I'll try to be quick. In this discussion, I worry that you might have the impression that it is only to the closed area that areas have been added, the closed area for subsistence, that areas have been added. But in 2012, there was a very large expansion in the commercial area that allowed it to encompass part of Salisbury Sound and also Outer Kruzof Island. That addition, I'm sure, is a much larger area than what was taken away from the commercial fishery in the closed area. Similarly, the next proposal that you'll look at, 180, adds 0.6 square miles to the regulatory area down in Aspid Cape. That area has seen one of the largest spawn samples per the department in the last few years. And so the area that is suggested to be added in 180 is just as large as this area in 179. To the points about pollution, I think those are very important points. The closed area, the currently closed area, is right along the sort of travel path for the growing cruise ship industry in Sitka Sound. And I'd like to note that 2018 and 2019 are the only years in the time series, at least in decades, that that closed area did not receive, along the road system, did not receive any spawn. And right before 2018, 2019, in 2017, during spawning season, later in spawning season, there was a diesel spill in Starragevin Bay, and the sheen map from that diesel spill in 2017 matches the areas where there's a conspicuous lack of spawn for the first time ever in 2018 and 2019. And so that is an area that is subject to two extreme sources of pollution. And so I think in those years, Permisla was particularly important. And it may be that way again. I think that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, next speaker coming up.
For the record, Juan Carlos Schwanes, lifelong Sitkan. Just to clarify a couple things. One is as a fisher, we work with Fish and Game Management to make sure that there's no branches or anywhere, in close to our gear. They do that before while we're test setting, and we make a huge effort to make sure that we stay away from all their gear, and that has been going on since the beginning. We definitely respect their right, and and, make sure that their process goes accordingly. One other thing that I was talking about earlier about new information was also they extended the runway, which was also right in the middle of town, which changed the water flow of everything going around it. We noticed it in our salmon runs. There's no reason to see that it didn't change the water flow for the herring. So anyways.
Thank you. Board questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Come on over, Raymond.
Raymond May, permit holder. I'm also an Alaska Native that belonged to 2 tribes and 3 Native organizations, 2 village ones and a regional corporation from Kodiak. One thing maybe it hasn't been pointed out is the industry and the fishermen have been working with a cooperative fishery to minimize their impact and work with the subsistence users. That was hard to do, but those are some of the measures we continue to take to work with subsistence harvesters. As an Alaska Native myself, I do prioritize subsistence first. This here, I feel, is not going to help their subsistence use. It's a way to eliminate us as commercial fishermen. Permisula Bay, I know for a fact that I have fish tickets in the last 5 years out of Permisula Bay. I would like to see how much spawn is actually happening in the core area that we're closed out of. Let's say last year. I would bet it's close to 20%. How much area do we need to give up? All it's going to do is restrict the commercial fishermen because they already get to go there. Us in our cooperative fishery, if we see buoys and branches going out, we see skiffs coming in, we move on. We don't want to bother what they have going on.
Thank you, Raymond. We have a question from Member Godfrey.
A couple questions. Ray, what year did you get into this fishery?
I started 2002.
So you've participated for over 20 years in the fishery. What would a permit go for right now?
I don't know if you can sell a permit right now. When I purchased mine, it was $300,000.
Wow, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Wood?
Yeah, Ray, could you just really briefly explain what a cooperative fishery is compared to the alternative?
We all have a cooperative fishery amongst our market, and we work together to try make sets so that we're all successful together. So we all go to one pool. It's less nets in the water. It's less stress on the fish. Let's say, for instance, this market has 10 boats. They're only going to let 2 boats set, and we're going to see what those fish are like instead of have all 10 boats set and find out that, hey, that's not going to work. Or those 2 boats can maybe take care of all 10 boats at once.
How many boats would you say would participate in that fish, say, in any given year?
It's becoming less with the cooperative fishery. I want to guess we had about 25 last year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next speaker. Devin, we've cut off speakers. Go ahead, next speaker.
Tom Gamble, I testified earlier, and I wanted to thank the board again for allowing us this opportunity. With regard to some of the comments that have been made to the science that's being used, and it's so great, I just wanted to mention again that that great science failed to recognize the environmental impact of a breakwater and the expansion of an airport to something as small as a herring or a salmon. They just didn't recognize it. It was your science that you claim was perfect, right? And it was supposed to be able to assess all those damages. It didn't. And so again, we are not just the natives here standing for subsistence, as I've also heard the native preference for subsistence is always being honored. Well, it's not. In Alaska, it's based on rural determination, correct? And Ketchikan, thankfully, hopefully a round of applause. Ketchikan just got real determination. Okay, I shouldn't do that, sorry about that, but real determination. This break in the 40 years caused such a long delay in their content knowledge, right? That these people no longer have the capacity to stand up here and argue the points that we're talking. When I first started gathering eggs when I was just a young kid, 10 years old, in Sitka Sound, we could go to all over these other bays and places to harvest. I was part of a group on a herring committee of the Sitka Tribe of Alaska in 2007, and was a proud member, a young, proud member of a committee that introduced for the first time the opportunity to close a subsistence area. I drew that line. I drew the line that you guys call a subsistence zone, and you know why? Because I knew that that's where we got our herring eggs from. Now, in our conversations and debate with the commercial fishermen, the processors, the fish and game, we had to advocate, regardless of what that stance was, for the people, that we needed that area closed. We know when an area closes that an area can rebound over time. I'm proposing this, that if the Board of Fish is willing enough to close this area, we're only adding a half a mile to the existing 16-mile structure. Somebody said 34. This is a small little bay, but the impact of that small little half mile and what it could produce in volume for harvesters is very profound. And I believe that this presents a really great opportunity to attempt a co-management strategy this year for that small bay. We've heard people say, I fish in there. We've heard people say, I subsist in there. We've heard the managers say that we've checked this area. So let's all work together on that one area and demonstrate what co-management could look like. If it looks like there's enough to sustain the subsistence users and their beliefs and hold a fishery, that's what we should do. If it's going to deny the subsistence access in a rural community, their opportunity for subsistence, then maybe we should err on the side of caution. That's fair, and that's in season. As I said before, we don't have anything in season. I've also heard the fishermen say they work really closely with the Department of Fish and Game. I don't hear any of the fishermen say, I worked really closely with the subsistence harvest, so I gained a firm understanding of their beliefs and where they need to set. I happen to know from my own experience that these boats don't stay away from subsistence harvesters. As a matter of fact, once they knew who I was, it wasn't impossible for those boats to come and pick on me. It was not impossible for those boats, and I have the photographs of them still making their seine sets. In an area of Peninsula Bay, half-mile long, even if there was only 29 boats in that bay, you're talking about an area that doesn't get any deeper than maybe 100 feet. It's super easy for them to wipe out a school just like that. Eastern Bay, not far away, same experience. I was getting ready to throw my cast net. Don't forget, cast netting is another way that we gain subsistence. If there's not enough fish in a bay for us to cast net, we can't get them. So we speak as cast netters, we speak as personal use users, we gather the eggs, we distribute them. But in closing these areas, I think that we have some great opportunity and that we shouldn't avoid it. We're not going to take much more away. And I keep hearing this comment. It came from the advisory board at Sitka as well, reminding that the Sitka advisory board, whose job is to listen to all the people who are going to be most impacted in Sitka, voted to support this closure. And I'm asking the Board of Fish to do the same for the same cause, that we can rely on the safety net of this board to protect a small user group. And we would never have a story to tell 40 years from now about a time when we used to get herring eggs in Peninsula Bay, but no longer do. So with that, I'd like to close and thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Come on up.
Hey, guys. For the record, Charlie Skalka Jr. again. Peninsula Bay is a pretty important area for our subsistence users. I personally go in there and utilize a camp that's been there for thousands of years. It's a fish camp. I've also fished in there. It is not 30 miles. It's about 2,500 feet by 2,500 feet. The only area in that bay that's actually fishable with a seine is about maybe a third of that, if even a quarter. I've watched other people go and try to set in those other areas, and they pull back rags instead of nets. So I just need to say, I've heard so much stuff here, and I hate to call it, but it's a lack of knowledge. We can't go set our herring branches anywhere. The first thing we need is spawn. I could say the same thing about the seine fleet. You could go set your seine anywhere. It's a southeast sacro permit, but they need fish too. There were 9 areas that these people could have went fishing. We're down to 1. This area should be included in a buffer zone. Historically, it's been an area where traditional use has been practiced over and over again in a sustainable way for over 10,000 years. That fish camp I use has been there longer than I can remember, and people have literally used it for 10,000 years. I keep hearing about pollution. One thing that's really stressing our herring is noise pollution. When we've got 58 boats running around with their sonar, pinging these schools, I would just like to see any member here stick their head underwater and be willing to get pinged by a sonar. Super stressful. All of this, just putting this extra stress on these fish is not healthy for the biomass at all. I really even hate to give up this information, but one of our other speakers talked about 3 different groups of herring. There is a group of herring that hits our shores earlier than all the others. Mainly consists of 7- and 8-year-olds. Peninsula Bay is one of the places those fish spawn. The other place is on the south shore of Kruzof Island. And the reason we're seeing these fish move around is fish have tails. They swim, and they look for areas that they're not going to get bothered. Yes, water flows change, and yes, it is up to our scientific community to take those things into account. Another thing I keep hearing is permits. And I too belong to a family that really felt that because we had this permit, we were entitled to this. Well, holding a permit does not guarantee that you're going to catch a fish. It's called fishing. And I do believe subsistence should always come first. And the reason that these guys aren't able to sell these permits is everybody's recognizing this as a dying fishery. None of this fish is even going to Japan anymore. It's going to China. We don't even know how much it's worth until months after it's left our country. We don't even know what it's exactly being utilized for. It seems to me that it's being utilized as a fish meal fishery. And there again, we're allocating a resource to a fishery that it's not meant to be used that way. If we were doing that as subsistence users, we'd be written up for wanton waste. But any questions about Peninsula Bay, I would be more than glad to answer them.
Seeing if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thank you, Charlie. Let's move on to 180.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 180. This would align the latitude of Aspid Cape with the actual location of Aspid Cape for the southern boundary of the Sitka Sound herring sacro purseine fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Heather, why don't you just pop on up?
Heather Bauscher, Petersburg Advisory Committee. Unanimous support for this one. Members want to follow regulations and support accurate boundary lines.
Thank you, Heather. Seeing no questions, no further speakers, let's move to 181.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 181. This would limit the number of test sets that may be conducted per day and per season. Require row testing to be conducted via jig sample if the average row percentage is below 10%. require the department to record the number, size, and locations of released commercial sets, and close the commercial fishing period if 3 commercial sets are released. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's move on to the first speaker.
Thank you. Kyle Rosenau, Sitka Tribe, Alaska. This proposal came from the 2023 season. An elder approached our internal committee and brought up concerns with 2 issues, 2 possible issues. One being test sets, which, as we heard, occur when the department's deciding whether or not to have an opener. And then secondly, sets that are released during opener. So a set is wrapped up and determined for whatever reason not to be sufficient for market and then is released. So after the 2023 season, we requested data from the state on test sets and on release sets. And over time, the number of the state does not have complete data on all sets released during commercial openers. But they did send me data on test sets. The test sets, the number and volume of test sets was highly variable year by year. In 2023, there were an estimated 51 test sets for 6,425 tons. The tons, as I understand it, it's a best estimate. So it was described to me as basically the captain will make a set and then it's sort of a small, medium, large. So it's a little bit more qualitative than an exact estimate. So just a caveat to keep in mind. But that 6,400 ton estimate means that at least that is also about 60% of the total harvest. So in other words, the fleet had to wrap and release 3 herring for every 5 that they caught at a minimum. About 4% of the entire biomass for that year was in a test set and then released. And again, those are minimum estimates because we don't have data on release sets during the open periods. And I guess I also want to be really clear too, I believe that the seiners are doing the best that they can to hold the sets loosely and to minimize the stress on fish. I believe they're doing the absolute best they can. I think compared to not being in a net, you know, any time a fish is caught and released, it's not a benign action. There is some detrimental impact to those fish. The extent is really hard to say. So I think after we requested the data, the department and the tribe both kind of looked through the literature, and there's not a lot of empirical studies that make a great comparison for what happens in Sitka. The best studies that we could find, we being STA and the department, were on Norwegian herring and then forage fishes in the Baltic generally.
We're starting to circle.
Okay.
Let's move things along.
Okay, I guess the point is, yeah, there's some mortality associated with catching and releasing fish. It can be highly variable. So that's the point there. The options presented in this proposal, when our committee was sort of debating what to do, they just sort of said, hey, let's just throw all these options forward and let the board decide which option they would like. So the intent is not for this to be passed as is. It's more like a menu of options. And so the limits on the number of test sets and the biomass of test sets are based on the long-term medians from the data from the state. And there are no data for release sets, but at least at one point in time previous to 2023, the department used what I call a 3 strikes and you're out approach. If there was 3 sets released during a commercial fishery opening, they would close the fishery. And so that's sort of the, you know, right now there's a lot of, there's no real clear guidelines for when there's been enough fishing on the fish for a day. And I think the tribe's point is sometimes if you can't find fish that meet the market needs, just leave them alone and come back another day.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. I want to remind everyone, new information only. I'm going to start, we're starting to get a little long-winded, so I'm going to be a little more aggressive in cutting people off. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Heather Bauscher, representing the Petersburg Advisory Committee. The Petersburg AC was opposed to this. Members spoke to the cautious approach already being taken by the processors and led by the department, working collaboratively for test sets. Alaska Department Fish and Game samples are set as quickly as they can and directs the vessel to release fish immediately if the herring are not ready. They also restrict boats from making additional test sets in a day when they deem fish are not close enough to maturity.
Thank you, Heather. Questions from the board? Seeing none, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeff Felpouch. I am the Resource Protection Director for the Sitka Tribe of Alaska. I've been working for the tribe for over 20 years, 16 in my current position. I just want to touch on a few things on this excessive test sets. As herring move into the sound, they will hang out in that deep trench that's between Mount Edgecombe and Sitka. As they begin to mature, you'll see small schools that will break off and begin to move up into the shallows. As those fish move into the shallows, they begin to get targeted by these test fisheries. And again, these test fisheries are targeting a minimum of 110-gram fish with a minimum of a 10% roe content, mature roe content. So as soon as these fish start moving into the shallows, they start getting hammered by these test fisheries. Like Kyle said, in 23, they got pretty excessive, and we complained to the department directly. We also wrote a letter of opposition to those test fisheries. The problem is, you have this many test fisheries, and then you get into the commercial opening, and they do the test fisheries so that you can have a commercial opening, and then when you get into the commercial opening, we're still test fishing, basically. The buyers are on board, they sample the fish. If they don't meet market demands, they have to release it because they don't have a buyer for those fish. That's what's become of this fishery right now. The one concern I have, and even though these fish are held loosely in the net, any of you who have jigged a herring or tried to bait up a herring for trolling, they lose scales like crazy. The problem is the scales and the slime are their protection against disease and parasites. Herring are notorious for getting ichthyophonus, which is a parasite. When you remove those scales through all these handling and you don't harvest those fish and you reintroduce those stressed fish back into this large population, you have a great chance of creating issues throughout the population with disease or parasites. So just, yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. Question from Member Carlson Van Dort.
And this is for, at what threshold would the tribe or would you deem it excessive?
You know, I think I don't know that we have an exact number. I think in 23, it started getting up into the 50s, which really raised some concerns. Like Kyle said, we would like them, you know, if they see the fish aren't ready, they're not getting the results, leave them alone. Go back and test them again. But when you do open that opening and you've gone through all these test sets to establish that opening, keep the fish or don't open it.
Thank you. Other board questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Ron, come on up.
So I guess I do agree with the gentleman on one thing he said. It'd be nice to be able to keep the fish when we test fish that are good enough, but I don't know the mechanism to do that. Like I said earlier, I'm highly involved in the test fishing, and so most years, and so the way we're not making, the reason why we had so many test sets in 2023 is the length that the season drew on, but the department, early on, the industry boats will go just scout around and make a test set, but it'll be a test set. It won't be a bunch of sets just to see where the fish are. The department, when the Kestrel gets there, they survey, they make sure there's plenty of fish, and then they direct us to make test sets only as it's needed so they can properly execute the fishery. And the department, they're not just focused on making sure that the commercial fishery is prosecuted. Their focus is on making sure all user groups have what they need. And I was involved in the one time that they did shut the fishery down because we had released 2 sets and they didn't like that during the fishery and they just shut it down. They have the tools they need. I don't support anything that's going to curtail the absolutely stellar job that the department's done. Something that, one more point I'd like to make is that, they're questioning the science of the United States. And right now, there is less threatened fisheries in the United States than there has been since any of us have been alive. So the science is working. And the absolute best science in the United States is the Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
We're starting to get into deliberative, Ron. Thank you. Come on up, Devin.
Devin Calvin, Sitka AC, representing the Sitka AC. Members from our AC wondered if test set related mortality was subtracted from the overall GHL, and our area biologist responded, no, we don't have a good estimate for the volume of each test set. In the past, if we had 3 release sets, we would close the fishery, but now it's a judgment call. When we get into a fishery now, the majority of sets are kept. So clearly there are no guidelines. More data, more support, and more formalization is needed. And the department has also agreed that it could implement the first half of point 6, which is to maintain a log of the number, size, and location of release sets and make it publicly available, but it is understaffed. So at a bare minimum, we hope that the first half of point 6 could be achieved. And I would point the board to RC 174, which the tribe has offered to maintain a daily in-season log of commercial fishing activities. Thanks.
Thank you, Devin. Member Carpenter.
Yeah, Devin, thanks. I've been sitting here listening to this stuff about test sets. And part of the job that the department has is to prosecute this seine fishery based on a marketable product, but also those test fisheries are important to the department because harvesting fish that are subprime for the market is something that will impact subsistence potentially in the long run. So limiting the department's ability to do test sets, to be able to provide for the best subsistence opportunity, hopefully in close proximity to Sitka, to me, it seems like you guys are asking for something that is very important to providing that opportunity, and I don't know if you'd like to respond to that.
Sure. Again, I'm representing the Sitka AC, and my comments were addressing the first half of point 6 to maintain a log of number, size, and location of release sets and make it publicly available. I did not comment about the restriction in test sets or number. Thanks.
Okay, and if that's your position, that's fine. I was kind of looking for your personal opinion because it seems to me like listening to you for the last 3 or 4 days, you're very involved in this community. So if you don't want to do that, that's fine. Maybe somebody else will.
Thank you, Devin. We'll move on. Member Carpenter can ask other members.
Charlie Skulka Jr. again. I participated in the fishery. My first day on deck was in 1979. My last day on deck was around 2008. After the catastrophe in Juneau, it bothered me so much that I removed myself from the fishery. And Juneau was an instance where the science was wrong. I can openly admit that if this room were full of herring and we set a net around it and then pursed it up, this area would suddenly become half as big. In order to get an adequate sample from that area half as big, we would have to constrain those herring even more until they start boiling. At the time that they start boiling, like Mr. Feshpeld said, then we've constricted it so much to where they're damaging themselves. There are other methods to gather test samples. I've seen instances where test boats have padded their samples, triggering a fishery. All it takes is 2 or 3 added females to a deck bucket of herring, and you have changed the outcome of the entire fishery. And where we see this is these test fisheries come in with numbers 12, 14, 15%, and then months later, it's realized that, oh, hey, these fish were only 9 or 10%. Somewhere the science went wrong. And in no time or place are the fishermen held accountable for this. There is nothing removed from the fishery. None of the quota is taken away. Now, if the department is so good at their science, I think it would be beneficial to the fishery if they would start taking the samples. Now, there are only 2 times in a herring's life that it goes up into the shallows. Once is when it starts leading the beach, getting ready to spawn, and the second time is when it spawns. Otherwise, they stay out in the deep. Now, I helped work on a proposal to limit the size of net, and that would eliminate these guys going out into deep water and harassing those fish.
We're getting into the peripherals.
But
let's try to.
Yeah, and there was a question there. I would like to address that question.
I'm not interested. I think I've heard enough.
I really, I hope I'm not offending anybody, because I'm getting the feeling that some of the board members are getting offended by what I'm saying. But I can assure you guys, if there's anybody offended over what's going on, it's me. We have been trying to work with you guys over and over.
Charlie.
And I hear the fishermen saying, oh, we're working with
Charlie,
fish. Okay.
respectfully. So I'm going to take the mic for a second.
go ahead.
So we want to hear what you guys want to say, and I'm sorry that you're getting the impression that the board isn't interested, but I need you guys to keep it to the proposal that is before us, and I
Yes.
need you to keep it to new information, because
Okay.
we've
New
been here for an hour
information,
and a
Madam
half, we've made
Chairman.
it through 5, so.
I agree. And new
Respectfully.
information is, I participated in test fisheries, and yes, they do stress the herring out.
Thank you. Thank you.
So moving forward, I'm going to start keeping a clock. If you get over 2 minutes, unless there's something riveting, I'm just going to nudge people a little. Thank you.
You had to bring that one up on me, Mr. Chair. Just teasing. For the record, Paulette Marino, Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, over 38,000 members, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Grand Camp, and the
we've
other
got that
hats
on
that
the
we wear.
record.
We speak in favor of Proposal 181. We stand with the tribe. Under new information, Mr. Chair, and to the chair members, I'd like to say that there is scout herring that come into the bay. It's very important that we minimize the harm done to those scout herring, because they signal the other herring of which areas to go in. I believe that we stand with Sitka Tribe of Alaska and their conservative measures of making sure that the herring are not stressed. It is true that elders do teach us that when there are no longer gills and there are a lot of herring that are taking up in these test sets, it affects our harvest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll move to the next speaker.
Raymond May here again. I'm going to try to touch on a couple of different things. As we do a cooperative fishery, this proposal is going to limit the ability of the department to manage the fishery. I'll give you an instance. Let's say we're in St. John's Bay. We do a test set. It's no good. Fish and Game doesn't allow us to do another one. Hey, wait, we found some fish on Cruise Offshore or Peninsula Bay. We want to set out of there. Hey, that's no good. They're not letting multiple sets go off in an area. They let us try one, and then if they need backup after that. Or let's say, hey, we're down in Silver Bay or down by Goddard. If you limit the number of sets we can do in a day, you limit our day, because if we're only allowed 1 or 2 sets a day, that's not going to work. We need to be able to be on top of the fish as they're moving in to do their thing, that we need the best marketable condition. Processors are not going to buy fish without having that test set. And on those test sets, the department comes and samples out of our nets and takes them back for the markets to look at them equally. I think that we've taken any, I guess, trying to pad the numbers out of it by letting the department and the markets do the set, not the fishermen.
Thank you, Raymond. Seeing no questions, we'll move on. Steve, come on up.
Just a couple of quick things I would add on point 6 that the...
Can you put your name on for the record?
Yeah, Steve Johnson, Harvester. The proposal will add to the data set that Department of Fish and Game has, which could be useful in improving their models, which has been a focus in recent years. The Scottish Working Group on Herring estimates that 70% of herring in test fishing experience mortality from disease. And that's the only comments I have at this time.
Thank you, Steve. Member Godfrey has a question.
Can you just restate that again?
The Scottish Herring Working Group, who has studied fishing considerably, estimate that 70% of herring experience mortality as a result of test fishing from ichthyofauna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, next speaker, and we'll make that the last one for this group.
Thank you, Tom Gamble, for the record. I mentioned a couple of times that I had the capacity to be able to serve in a liaison role between the Fish and Game and the tribe. I'm not going to reveal all of the stuff because there's another proposal similar, but of the concerns that came forth from the elders and the people serving in the committee at the time stated that the major concern were the number of test sets conducted by ComFish and ADF&G. We created a table that outlined, if you may allow me to scroll through, I don't know an exact number, but I'm estimating more than 40 test sets beginning on or about 117 and 118 with 600 tons. That's typically when they would try to assess their winter bait fishery and come up with the GHL. And then beginning very rigorously from 317, 21, 23, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 25, 25, 25, 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 29.
If we're reading, let's RC it.
Yeah, so basically, from that day forward, it was very rigorous to the tune of 4,000 tons unaccounted for. We did have a dive survey done. We did have people go in and tell the Fish and Game that we saw mortality and thick scale loss, which also contributes to the mortality of the herring. The issue of test setting is very important, we understand, but what if I did a test set for a king salmon right before the Derby, and it wasn't to my liking because if I caught a bigger one at a better market price, it allowed me to win the boat. Yeah, you see what that does? We're not here to manage the marketability of the herring, right? You guys have a different issue to conserve, protect, for all of Alaskans, not just one fishery group. But that one fishery group has tried to shoot down through task force, through committees, through ACs, through board processes, that test setting doesn't impact anything. We could find other methods that may be as impactful, but I don't think that we're exploring all of the best sciences yet. We have great scientists, we're doing the best we could, but it doesn't mean that there isn't room for the improvement. So reducing test sets in certain areas, especially where they're really shallow. I can name another specific place where out of Kena Bay, where it's only 60 feet deep. You can get 30 boats in there with their nets spread all the way around, can block the whole bay, where no herring gets in or out. Then all they got to do is plug a vacuum cleaner in the middle with their pumps. The rest is history. So I kind of oppose the thought that they need to do test sets, because when herring fisheries first began all along the coast, they used to use that little flashing radar. That did not show a percentage of the fish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Questions?
Thank you.
None. Okay, let's take a break and come back at 3:20 or
All right, welcome back. Time is 3:20. We are back on the record, and Mr. Chamberlain.
Okay, let's move on to 182.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 182. This would allow herring, sacro, pursane, GO1A permit holders participating in the Sitka Sound herring sacro fishery the choice of fishing open harvest pound gear to produce herring spawn on kelp in lieu of using pursane gear to harvest herring in the Sitka Sound herring sacro fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and it looks like we have a proposer, so let's go ahead and state your name for the record, and let's hear it.
There we go. Thank you. For the record, my name is Ryan Kapp, and I'm a Sitka permit holder, and I'm the author of Proposal 182. Point the board to PC 242 and 243. Big read, guys, I'm sorry, but a lot of information there, plenty of color pictures, hopefully answers a lot of questions. We've since got RC 142, which touches on some available markets and kind of my father's market history and some companies he's run and stuff that he's done with row on kelp product. And RC 186 is actually a YouTube link to a video that you can check out. We've got footage of the 1998 experimental fishery, so good stuff there. Fun fact, this will be the first time that the board is going to have the ability to take action on this proposal. For numerous cycles, we were hung up in a kind of a chicken and egg combined with a hot potato game in how to deal with this proposal. So a lot has changed since this proposal began, and it's gone from something we wanted to something now that I believe that we need. We have these meetings for years, proposals designed to curtail the fishery or expand the fishery, and there's counter proposals and other proposals. And this is the only proposal that's been around that's designed to make the pie bigger, to make the fishery better. I don't think anybody can stand here and say that the market for herring roe, sac roe is good. I don't even think anybody can stand here and say that we see better times coming. Yeah, the biomass is very robust, that's not the problem, but from a fishery economic standpoint, we're not doing very well. So I have my proposal before you, you know, and if others have a better idea, I would love to hear it. So I'm going to circle to the CFEC meeting, which was documented, and that occurred in 2015, and that was 10 years ago. And so when that meeting took place, all the permits in Sitka were active, and we were having competitive fisheries, and things were, you know, okay. Since then, there have been 2 years of no fishery due to an unmarketable product, 1 year when it was a bust, again due to lack of marketable product, and since then it's been a cooperative fishery, resulting in an increasing amount of latent permits in the fishery. And this year we might actually go over 50% permit latency. So I would believe that CFEC, you know, if you read through the chronology of it, I believe that CFEC would probably have a different idea in how to look at the Sitka fishery now. The product I wish to produce in Sitka would be an open pound product. I don't believe I'd be in competition with existing closed pound products for a few reasons. Closed pound fisheries have no financial incentive to produce thinner product as they are on a leaf count and paid by the pound. So the leaves need to weigh as much as they can. That's that business model. I'm looking for a quantity of thin product at a lower price point to reach a broader audience. My hope would also be that broader exposure of thinner product, there would be increased awareness of the thicker product and perhaps give that market a boost as well. If the assumption is that this proposal would affect other limited entry fisheries, then I think that should be left up to the good people at CFEC. I'm looking at Sitka sacro specifically because it's blindingly obvious to me that we can't carry on like this much longer. There needs to be a change. If the board were to approve this proposal, it still has to go through the Entry Commission. Entry Commission could then determine any effect it may or may not have on the other fisheries involved, but more importantly, it could also evaluate the existing condition of the Sitka fishery and determine if this proposal is a means of improvement. CFEC has analysts and wonderful economists who can help make these determinations. My dad and I have been pursuing this for a long time. And if we ever thought along the way we would have an adverse effect on anybody, we wouldn't continue to pursue it. We aren't bad people. We like to sleep at night. This is an effort to lift everybody up. Some say insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. This isn't true in this case, I feel, because fisheries change. That's why we meet up every year. In this case, I believe, or every 3 years, I guess. In this case, I believe insanity would be continuing status quo, expecting this decline to somehow reverse itself without changing anything. I'm going to close by saying I want to point out the proposal would not create additional participants. This is for existing SACRO permit holders that have invested, you've heard, somebody substantial amount of money to participate in this fishery. And these are the guys that need the help. And these are the only folks involved. Again, proposal, no nets, no killing of fish. I think my idea might have been, the idea of the increased participation may have been confused with Proposal 183, which would add over another 100 additional users, which I'm, of course, not in support of. So that's all I have for now, and can take any questions or compliments you might have.
Okay. Board questions? Member Wood.
So when you say existing SACRO permit holders, you mean just if I've got a SACRO permit and I'm a seiner, I can use it to start this pound fishery?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yes, if you're existing Sitka SACRO permit holder. It still is going to need to be vetted by CFEC on the legality aspect of it, but that's what we're shooting for here, for the 47 permit holders. And it's not forcing anybody to do it. You can elect to do it, or you can just keep on saying it if that's what floats your boat.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds like it's a little bit of a hurdle. And then the other one would be just the idea of like your thoughts on like time, area, method, and means. All of a sudden it's a new method and it already in somewhat a congested area. How do you, in terms of allocation, how do you foresee dealing with that?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Wood, we did it in San Francisco for a number of years. And that fishery happened in conjunction with the gillnet fishery and a seine fishery concurrently. And so anyway, we had our rafts and there's gillnetters sitting outside our rafts and everything else, but it worked. In this case, I'm very cognizant of the subsistence needs. If in the subsistence zone, I'd put a single line on the raft and allow access in behind the raft. Everything else, I want to limit no more than half the rafts. The reason I'd like to be in the subsistence zone is because that's where the spawn would typically happen. This has to work at high and low quota years. So in a lower quota, when it retracts, I need to have some return on my investment to be able to do this, but would be more than willing to work with STA and the other subsistence users to figure out the right way to go about it. I don't think this is going to blow up overnight. There's going to be an investment that has to be made into building rafts, into acquiring totes to hold the product, lines, weights for the kelp, other totes to haul the kelp into the fishery. I'm thinking about building the conveyor belt to load it on for harvesting, get it on my boat easier. So it's a heavy lift for the equipment. So I think what would happen is obviously, I'm going to give it a rip, and I think other people would probably wait in the wings for a year, maybe two, to see what level of success I'm going to have before they make the investment. But the important part is it's going to be a positive change in the right direction and moving towards increasing the value of the fishery and killing less fish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Svensson, then Godfrey, then Carpenter.
Whoa.
So Ryan, you don't hold an L21A permit. You have the GO1A permit?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson, yes, I have a GO1A.
So basically, I guess what you're asking is that a seine permit?
Currently, it is classified as a SACRO seine permit.
Okay,
yes.
so now I'm beginning to understand. So basically, you're asking, since you hold a seine permit, then you want to be able to do the pound. And this says that they'd have to, okay, I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey.
When I had read your dad's comments in the RC he submitted, I didn't realize that was a herring fishery. Was that a herring fishery in San Francisco?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, yes. Yeah, we did open pound and row on kelp, and the same method we're going to use there, and we pulled it off in an estuary, yes.
And so the market went away in San Francisco like it did up here, or did their Fish and Wildlife change their mind, or what happened there?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, I'm searching for the shortest answer possible. California Fish and Game removed the seine portion of the fishery, and it went gillnet only. And then, man, I hate throwing people under the bus, but anyway, the gillnet fishery over time was just taking the biggest animals out, and then the mesh sizes started to shrink, and then the rest of the big animals went out, and consequently that biomass has seen better days. And so then it was not enough biomass for us to be able to prosecute a fishery down there.
Thank you, Darrell. Appreciate it.
Member Carpenter?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm thinking about the allocative aspects of what you're asking the board to decide on. And I understand you have a SACRO permit, but creating a new fishery, are you suggesting that if the board decided it was a good idea to do this, that participants with the SACRO permit, if they chose to open pound, that they would harvest that under the current allocation plan?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I think the answer I can give you is yes. It's what I'm looking for is, yeah, an allocation out of the GHL for the Sitka seine fishery.
Okay.
And there's the studies which are all contained in the PC, and it's a conversion ratio, and so I'm going to just say 25%, because California, I think, said 23, Alaska said 27, so let's just split it for simple math. So 200 tons of roe herring would equate to 50 tons of roe on kelp, so 100,000 pounds of roe on kelp, and that's what I'd like the ability to produce. And I'm only
I guess
using
the other thing that I'm a little curious about is why you feel that it would be so necessary to be able to have the open pounds in the subsistence areas. I understand it's a product of, that's how open pounding works, and that's where the spawn is, but Sitka Sound and the area available currently to Sitka SACRO holders is quite big, depending on where the biomass is given in any particular year, but I'm just having a hard time wrapping my brain around the idea of another commercial fishery competing or taking product out of a subsistence area. So if you can better quantify that for me, have at it.
Okay, through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I'd love to. So, yes, as I said earlier, this has got to work at high and low quota levels, right? And so in the lower quota years, and you go back and you can look at spawn charts, whatever, there's just not as much beach line. And hopefully we keep being robust and have these nice cohort groups move through. We don't have to worry about it. But if that should happen, then yeah, I'm assuming that's going to retract to the core area. But I'm only asking for half of my available rafts to be used there. And that would be kind of a last resort. How the fishery's been going for the last few years, if I've got a spawn that's taken place, say we've been, seine fleet's been fishing up at Hayward Straits, or Magoon Islands, or up in Krestoff Sound or whatever, and a spawn kicks off up in there. Well, I'm going to have 2 rafts up in there, and you can bet yourself I'm going to have the other 2 up there as well, trying to get that product going, because once the spawn starts, I know that I'm only going to have about a 10-day to 2-week window of decent quantity of spawn to get what I'm going to need to get out of this. So I'm not going to be, it's not like what I'm asking for, I'm going to be exclusively in the subsistence area. No, I'm going to actually do everything I can to stay out of there, because that's just the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Member Wood?
Yeah, how durable is the kelp in these rafts that you're towing? If you're going from A to B with that, or do you end up with, how does it survive?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, great question. You'd be surprised. It does quite well. And especially in Sitka Sound. In Sitka Sound, you got 41-degree salt water, so essentially you're just putting the kelp in the fridge. And, well, poorly running fridge, but cold just the same. San Francisco Bay, again, estuary environment, and we would tow. The biomass down there isn't anything near what we have in Sitka. And so we would take and we'd put the rafts in the piers, like right on the waterfront in town. and the fish would come up on the flood, and they'd spawn out on the ebb. And we'd have to stay, because the next tide cycle, they wouldn't come up as far. Then they'd come up a little less, you know, and they'd spawn out towards the Golden Gate in the ocean. We would take the raft, let it get some spawn, and then, oh man, we didn't get enough coverage. And then you take and go down, jump down a few piers. But yeah, you can just tow it right behind your boat. I mean, you're not towing it like a water skier. You got to idle, but you can make it go. And especially if you got the tide with you, that's another good tip.
Thank you.
Mr. Zure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The value of not killing the fish, if I got it right, to me, is something really worth looking at here. Yeah, okay. And, but, you know, I'm really, you know, I don't know, you know, I know looking at the people who opposed it, you know, there were a lot of people opposed to that, but, you know, like you say, they might not, a lot of people, I mean, we're just starting to understand what this is all about, and so maybe they have a different opinion after listening to all this, because they too should, I would think, would value the idea of not killing the fish and converting from a fishery that does to a fishery that doesn't. And I think it's a great idea. I'd just be, you don't want me to?
You can just ask my question. Let him answer yes.
Oh, okay. Well, just to my comments, just, you know, there were a lot of questions in there is what I mean.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Zure, yeah, no, there's, I mean, like I alluded to when I spoke, I think it's a great idea. I always have. Even when the times were good, I thought this is going to make it better, you know, and my dad did too. And so, you know, here we are, albeit 20 years later, but I guess, you know, you got to wait for the plane to crash into the mountain, or whatever other reason. And like I say, if anyone's got a better or cooler way to do it, and I'd love to hear it. But this is what I have, and I hope we can move forward with it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We'll move on to the commenters.
Good afternoon. My name is Reed Johnson. I'm with the Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission. This is a proposal that would probably it would require action from CFEC if you guys were to vote this up. That being said, we appreciate clear direction in the matter. If there's going to be some redefinition of what these permit holders are able to do with their permit, we would like that to be clear. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Board questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Come on up, Heather.
For the record, Heather Bauscher, representing the views of the Petersburg Advisory Committee. The Petersburg AC was unanimously opposed to this. There are a number of sane permit holders on that, or in Petersburg. Members do not support changing the gear type listed by CFEC on any limited entry permit that is already associated with a different limited entry CFEC card. Members also expressed frustration that this proposal continues to be submitted. And there was also concerns about there being enough conflict and pressure around all of this to add another fishery.
Question from Member Svensson.
So I'm assuming that you guys can't coexist. Is that because when they put out their apparatus to collect the eggs, then you can't get in there and seine, and is that a major problem? I'm assuming. Is that what you're coming from, where they're coming from?
I'm probably the only person on the Petersburg AC that is not a permit holder, and I've never seined, but it seems like there's division in what the seiners feel about this, and the folks in Petersburg are not for it.
Thank you, Heather. We have a question from Member Godfrey.
And when you make that comment you did when you opened up there, that's them being aware it's not new participants. This would just be current sane permit holders, right? And they still feel that way? Because it's another fishery, yeah, but it's not a new entry.
I will repeat that members do not support changing the gear type listed by CFEC on any limited entry permit that is already associated with a different limited entry CFEC card.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Heather. Come on up, Devin.
Devin Calvin, Sitka AC. We were unanimously opposed to this proposal due to the competition over spawning grounds. And we thought that a reappropriation of the SACRO permit would alienate a large number of users who traditionally participated in the spawn-on kelp fishery. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you, Devin. Come on up, Steve.
Steve Johnson, the Sitka Tribe of Alaska is not opposed to the idea of an open pound, but definitely opposed to the idea of it in the core subsistence area. Any questions?
No questions? Thank you, Steve. Come on up, Charlie.
For the record, Charlie Skulka Jr., and just to clarify things, there was a spawn-on kelp fishery that took place from 1964 to 1967. The last year that it happened, there were 1,100 permit holders that lost their permits. To reallocate a sane permit and let these guys participate in a fishery like this would be a gross injustice. These permits are for SACRO, and there was an existing fishery that was shut down because of the decimation of the kelp beds. And here's a perfect opportunity to go full circle. And the gentleman himself openly admitted that this did not work for San Francisco. And I do not want to see the same result that happened in San Francisco. I don't want to see history repeat itself. Any questions? I do believe that if anybody should participate in this fishery, it should be brought back to the 1,100 original permit holders. Many of them are still alive.
Thank you, Charlie. Seeing no questions, let's go ahead and move on.
Good afternoon. For the record, Paulette Marino, traditional woman harvester of herring eggs on hemlock, kelp, and which is hair kelp. I speak in opposition of Proposal 182. As far as new information goes, we as harvesters, when we are out in these core areas or subsistence, we prefer our way of life areas, we are pulling up the kelp, and that is a delicacy to our neighbors and to the people that we're sharing them with, and that we have them for our families. And I think that having an open fishery, 3 years ago this came up at the Board of Fish meeting. We had elders from Sitka and other places who then and still would speak against this, because we do not need to create another market, and we use our knowledge to be able to have this food source for our people. It's not only Alaska Natives that go out and harvest kelp, it's also Native Alaskans, and that opportunity is there, and it's working well for everyone. So I speak in opposition of 182. Gunash.
Thank you, Paulette. Seeing no questions, come on up, Peter.
Hi, Peter Bradley for the record. Quickly speaking in opposition of this, I want to acknowledge that no herring would be saved by this proposal. In 2022, when the record number of herring were harvested, that was accomplished by 28 of the 47 permit holders. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sanderson.
Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan, Clinton and Haida Community Council. I'm a former closed pond fisherman, so it's a little bit different than open pond. I certainly can see a benefit to using this system in lieu of SACRO fishing, but we're in opposition for the sole fact that the proposer is requesting to have this allowed to be in subsistence areas. So unless that can be mitigated among other issues that have been brought up, we are in opposition.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, let's move on to the next one. 183.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 183. This would create a herring spawn-on kelp fishery with open pounds in the Sitka Sound area of sections 13A and 13B. This fishery would only be accessible to current northern spawn-on kelp L21A permit holders. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to public comment. Heather?
For the record, my name is Heather Bauscher, representing the Petersburg Advisory Committee. The Petersburg AC was opposed to this. Members were not necessarily concerned with a portion of the Sacro GHL being reallocated to a pound fishery, but they were concerned that product from an open pound tends to be much lower quality than that from a closed pound. It was noted that closed waters applicable to the Sacro fishery would also apply to a pound fishery.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker.
For the record, my name is Jeff Felpouch with the Sitka Tribe. My comments are going to focus on 182 and 183. They're basically the same. I figured I'd save us some time. I won't get into, well, the Sitka Tribe opposed both of these proposals. Charlie mentioned the initial reason about the displacement of the original spawn-on kelp harvesters. A number of tribal citizens feel they should be allowed back into that fishery if it switches over to a roe-on kelp fishery. The other issues, and this is a big one. Normally we have about 50 humpback whales show up in the sound every year when the herring move in. Over the last 2 years, and especially last year, whale researchers documented 150 gray whales showing up in Sitka Sound. This was through May. They've also documented, they have video footage of gray whales going along and grabbing a big chunk of macrocystis still attached to the substrate, turning its head and stripping all the eggs off the macrocystis and eating the eggs. This number of whales showing up drastically increases the potential for entanglements if you're putting platforms in and anchoring them. The other thing is we're also dealing with the big push throughout Alaska now for mariculture. They're going to try to get into Sitka Sound. My whole premise of this is you're hearing a lot about spatial displacement between the subsistence harvesters, the Sacro fishery. We're fighting over space. We're requesting more closure areas now. There's more conflicts. Can you imagine throwing a third gear group into this? And then throwing mariculture in on top of it? Those spatial conflicts are going to go through the ceiling. I guess, just to close, I'm not sure if 183 goes through just what the council's action will be. But I would be remiss in my duties as director if I didn't encourage them to take extreme measures to rectify it.
Thank you. Member Wood?
Yeah, thank you. Could you expand just a little bit more on the whales? It's gone from 50 on average to, you've seen it increase to 150?
There were 50 humpbacks regularly showing up in the sound. As this biomass built back up, just from the 1 year class, it attracted at least 50 whales, I counted 1 year out there when it was out on the water. Over the last 2 years, the gray whales have shown up in mass numbers. At one point, a couple of years back, I believe there was the federal government issued a marine mortality event. We lost a significant number of gray whales. They weren't put on the threatened or endangered list, but the population had shrunk significantly. They found Sitka, that's for sure, with 150 of them showing up. And those numbers seem to be increasing. We have wrote letters of support for the Oscar Whale Foundation and UAS for NPRB grants to do additional studies on there. And they have told me that the area management biologist has been in contact with them. So I think there's some concern probably within the department about what this new predator showing up in Sitka Sound is going to cause. But I guess the main thing on this with those predators, you're going to increase entanglements. The probability goes up drastically with those numbers.
Thanks.
Thank you. Member Carpenter.
I want to ask you this question, and I want you to answer me yes or no.
Okay.
Did you just threaten the board?
No, no.
That said that if the board passed one of these proposals, that what you would do was go back to the tribe and ask them to take extreme measures? Because that's the way I took your statement.
No, that was not my intention. I want you to understand how serious this is. This is a pretty serious proposal, and it was not my intention to threaten you. I have a job to do for the Sitka tribe, and they may take this action even without me making the recommendation, but it was not my intention to threaten the board. I am trying to get across to you how serious this proposal is and the conflicts that are going to come out of it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, seeing no further questions, no other Mr. Wood.
One last question about the whales. Did you have a bowhead down there last year?
I heard we had one, yeah. I haven't seen it, but
right.
I heard rumors of it, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to 184.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Bo Meredith, Ketchikan Area Management Biologist, Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 184 would expand the open area in Section 3B for the Craig Klawak spawn on kelp pound fishery, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll start taking public comment. Go ahead.
Ellen Hannon from Craig. These will be my personal comments, but if it would please the board, I could address 184, 5, and 6 at the same time. Okay. Besides our group being opposed unanimously, I am as well, because this area is proposed in all of these. 186 is the smallest area, encompasses the Port St. Nicholas hatchery, the special harvest area for there, the terminal harvest area for there, and the surrounding areas that are open in the common property spring troll fishery. The spring troll fishery starts in the common property about May 15th. If these pounds have to be left in place for a minimum of 4 weeks after the fish and the product are removed, then that starts to get very close to the date of when those would be. I think with, some things, they do have to be removed by 5/20 or 5/31, the end of the month, but that is a very busy area with limited areas to put things in a protected spot. Oh, by the way, these are closed pounds, for predominantly closed pounds.
Thank you. And just for the public, if you have any comments on 184 through 186, come up and speak on them now since they're all substantially similar. Are there any questions for Ms. Hannon? Mr. Wood.
Ellen, did you speak on behalf of the AC?
No,
Oh.
that was mine. I just was reiterating that they were unanimously opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, come on up, Kurt.
Kurt Whitehead, speaking on behalf of myself to proposals 184, 85, 86. I live 8 miles from the proposed area. I operate a boat almost daily from April through September. I'd like to point out to the board that the proposed area for the herring pounds is directly in front of Craig, Alaska, within eyesight of the majority of its people. There's a lot of boating and fishing activity in this area from locals that are participating in the troll fishery, as well as sport fishing for king salmon and commuting to and from the nearby shrimping crabbing grounds, the Craig Harbor and the fuel dock. Sarah operates a hatchery next to the Craig Water Treatment Facility, which is 7 miles from Craig, Alaska. They raise and release king salmon at the head of Port St. Nicholas Bay, and the nearby terminal harvest area encompasses a group of islands called the Coronados, which offer the best and arguably the only protected areas to anchor herring pounds. These protected areas are also vital to our local trollers that regularly anchor in the same islands from May 14th through mid-June, because the adjacent troll fishery opens May 15th and continues until the July 1 opener starts in the ocean. Herring pounders are required to leave their structures, also known as pounds, in the water for 30 days after the herring spawn, and are required to pull their pounds prior to May 31, which creates a conflict with the trollers over the nearby anchorages during this time. On any given night from May 14th through late June, trollers anchor their boats in the few protected areas that are close to Craig fishing and the adjacent common property spring troll open areas, as well as the special harvest area and the terminal harvest area. There are a few protected areas in the proposed area that herring pounders can safely anchor their structure because of the severe wind and waves that occur whenever it blows more than 25 miles an hour. I'm almost done. The larger body of water adjacent to the proposed area is called Bucareli Bay, and my wife refers to it as Pucareli Bay, further emphasizing the high winds and lack of protection in the area. Furthermore, there are several local dock owners that move their docks into one of the most protected bays in the Coronado Islands during the winter and early spring to keep them from breaking up. If passed, this would certainly create user conflicts and safety concerns in our local area. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Seeing no questions, we'll take the next speaker.
Chair. My name is Nick Nebel, and I wrote 186. And the need for 186 is the biomass of herring is shifting down south below Fish Egg Island, where we fish above Fish Egg Island in the northern area. We need access to produce the fishery, which has been there for 20 years. The point of concern, like the last gentleman, was that Coronado Islands is probably the only area we're going to fish, and we fish in less than 20 fathoms. Our pounds are in less than 10 fathoms, and the area in there is, would be the protected area that we would want to use. I'm just asking you guys to consider it, because to keep that existing fishery going, this would probably help us keep market share and help us keep going as far as a fishery that's been around for over 20 years. So if anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Mr. Svensson.
So I don't know much about herring at all. How do you get the eggs off the kelp then?
Oh, you sell the kelp.
So you take it all?
Yeah, you chop it up. And yeah, we take it and we let the herring go. The kelp's in the center. Herring spawn on one side and then they spawn on the other, and the thicker the kelp, the higher the value.
Okay. Oh, I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Nick. We'll take the next speaker.
Thank you this afternoon for having me here. I'd like to speak on 184, 185, and 186 on the behalf of the East POWAC.
Put your name on the record,
William
please.
Pattison. All of these we did not support. They failed unanimously, and we have one user that was a user for the past 20 years that is on our board. And they had a great concern that expanding the area would overharvest the herring and that there could be a potential downfall in the future, where right now it's sustaining itself and is a healthy harvest. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or other speakers, we'll move on to 187.
Mr. Chair, Bo Meredith, Proposal 187. This would allow spawn on kelp permit holders to wrap an extra layer of no less than 7-inch mesh webbing around their existing pound structure in an attempt to provide additional protection to the pound structure and spawn on kelp product.
Thank you. We'll take public comment. Heather, come on up.
For the record, my name is Heather Bauscher, representing the Petersburg Advisory Committee. We were in unanimous support of this. This was meant to prevent a sea lion from swimming into a pen after the webs have been dropped to release herring. When this happens, the product is knocked loose from ropes. It falls to the bottom of the pen and is often not recoverable.
Thank you, Heather. Seeing no other comment, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 188, all commercial herring fisheries in Southeast Alaska would be restricted to fishing no more than 3 consecutive days and no more than 7 days in a 30-day period, and would be limited to fishing no more than 8 hours per day. This would also require fishing activity to take place in sight of observers. The total harvest of herring throughout Southeast Alaska would be restricted to less than 15,000 tons. And finally, this would require any fishing incidentally harvested during a herring fishery to be reported in fishery updates issued through the advisory announcement system. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see no public commenters for 188. Let's move on to 189.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Anthony Wallach. Proposal 189. This would reduce the length of a purse seine net that may be used for commercial herring fishing in the southeastern Alaska from 200 fathoms to 100 fathoms, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Heather, come on, let's hear it.
For the record, Heather Bauscher, Petersburg Advisory Committee. This is in reference to 188 and 189. These two, we were opposed. These two proposals were reviewed and voted on as a suite. They would apply to all herring fisheries in Southeast and restrict the ability of commercial fleets to harvest herring. It was noted that the rowan, kelp, and bait fishery often occur at night, and this would be a substantial loss of opportunity, ability for them to catch herring. During the rowan, kelp, and Sitka Sound fisheries, ADF and G are monitoring fishing and taking samples. Members therefore feel there is no need for observers.
Thank you, Heather. Seeing no questions from the board, Charlie, come on up.
Are we speaking on 189, the net limit?
Yes, 189.
Okay, for the record, Charlie Skulka Jr. I helped write this. In all our other state fisheries, up in Kodiak and Togiak, we're having issues with too much herring being able to caught, fish, or boats not being able to handle it. So for safety measures and for measures by the Fish and Game to control the fishery, they adopted a shorter net limit up there to 100 fathoms from 150 fathoms. When this was first written, we had neglected to put in a depth limit. That's been corrected. At our advisory board committee, the seiners came forth and said, that one particular one said that there was no way that he could possibly be a productive fisherman with a 100-fathom net. I beg to differ. There are over 200 registered boats in Kodiak and Togiak doing the same thing. I didn't realize this would apply to bait fishery. I thought it was only for sacro. So if it needs to be amended, this was meant to be towards sacro, to get the fishing on the beach where it belongs. Sacro do their thing in less than 60 feet of water, and there is no need for an 8 or 9 strip net. Where that need is used is in the bait fishery. Like I mentioned earlier, fish only hit the beach to lead and then to spawn, and that's where the quality fish is, and that's where we should be intercepting them, not out in the deep.
Thank you, Charlie. Seeing no questions, we'll move on. Raymond, come on up.
Raymond May. Mr. Chair, can I address 188? We skipped through that one before I was realizing we were going to get there.
Sure, let's at least have one comment
it
on
restricts
it.
us to fishing for 7 days in a 30-day period, if I remember correctly. And if you look at our fishery that we prosecuted in the last 10 years, there's most of those times we've fished more than 7 days to do that. And part of that, we're in a cooperative fishery, so we're taking as much product as that processor can do in 1 day, not multiple days, to keep the product the best quality we can. And it would really restrict our ability to achieve our overall harvest that we're trying to obtain. On the net length, I don't know how much you guys know about me, but I fish herring all across the state. I can think of 3 of us that are left that fish the areas that are open. I can go either way on this because I use a 100-fathom net everywhere but Sitka. But in Sitka, if we want to have the least impression, if you don't want 47 boats out there frothing for 12 hours a day to catch what we need to for the market for the day, we don't change it to 100 fathoms. 200-fathom net with a cooperative fishery is very minimal impact. If you change it to 100-fathom net, we're going to have to work harder to achieve our goals. If anyone you want to have some conversations on that, I can talk your ears off as long as you want. But I just wanted to state that I can go either way, but it will create a larger impact in Sitka if we shorten those nets and that depth.
Thank you, Raymond. Questions from the board? Seeing none. Charlie?
Yeah, I'd like to touch on that a little bit. Those fisheries up in Togiak and Kodiak.
Your name, please?
Oh, Charlie Skulka. They successfully harvest 20 to 30,000 tons. And if it is a cooperative fishery, there's no competition. And I can honestly say that I watched guys with shorter nets catch over 1,200 tons of herring on the cruise offshore. It was so much herring that the herring literally sat on the beach for days, 5 to 6 days. And what that did for the quality was horrible. It made for beautiful picture opportunities, seeing a massive school of herring dried up on the beach literally for almost a week. I mean, aerial shots were amazing. And to see the amount of herring that shorter net could hold, no, I beg to differ. This would take a lot of heat off of it. It's a cooperative fishery anyway. There is no competition.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, Mr. Blake.
Ron Blake, Cordova, Alaska. I haven't done all the herring fisheries, but I've done 3 of them, and I have fished with a 100-fathom net. Also, one of my concerns with this would be the effect it would have on the samples we would get for Fish and Game to manage the fish. With the larger net, you're able to be more effective on getting the chunk of the school that you're after. The other thing is that the shorter net, it's effective in shallow water, but it's not effective in deep water, and so it would we'd have a less not as good of an idea what was there. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, come on up, Paulette.
Thank you. For the record, Paulette Marino. Through the chair, since the last speaker also addressed 188, I addressed 188 and 189 of both I am supportive of, because the Herring Protectors is a grassroots organization with traditional and cultural knowledge. These proposals were written by a group of harvesters, and as you know, Charlie, Mr. Skolka, has also been on the commercial side and is now on a very conservative side. So I support both of these proposals. I think it's really important that we consider that if a smaller net was to have an impact on the herring, and there would be less through the test sets and through the other amount of herring that's taken, then the stock itself will be more healthier in the long run. I also think that limited days should take a really good look at that, because when there is a large biomass that is out there and there are multiple days and multiple times that the people are able to go out to try to achieve that amount of biomass, because it's money at the end of the day, money to take care of themselves, but it's money nonetheless. It's tough for us when we're still out there on our boats as harvesters, especially small boats, when we're out there and we're still trying to get, because we have different seasons. The first one is the herring eggs on hemlock trees, and then we have herring eggs on kelp, and that's a little bit further in the season. So if there's multiple days and times that take place, by the time we go out to get herring eggs on kelp, and we have big boats around and stuff, it's still difficult because it just is. I know it is because I'm a harvester and I work with Delbert Kadek, Andrew Roberts, many others that we go out and harvest with. So limited times for this would be something I really hope the board takes into deep consideration. It would help us as harvesters. Gunashish, and thank you respectfully.
Thank you, Paulette. Seeing no questions, Devin, come on up.
Devin Calvin, Sitka AC. Our AC did not support this proposal. We thought that reducing the size of the net would condense fishermen onto the spawning grounds. However, most of our conversation about this proposal was related about ways we might be able to reduce test set related mortality of herring. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Seeing no questions, let's move to 190.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair, Troy Tunis for the record. Proposal 190 would repeal the basic management plan for managing commercial herring fisheries in southeast Alaska.
Thank you. I'll take the first speaker.
For the record, my name is Jeff Felpouch, Sitka Tribe of Alaska. I'd like to reference RC 147. A couple of days ago, we received notice back in Sitka that obviously we knew the board didn't have the regulatory authority to transfer, or didn't have the authority to transfer regulatory authority over to an entity outside of ADF&G. But we were told some of the board might be interested in more of an MOA. Just for a little history on this, back in 2002 or 2003, the board directed the commissioner to enter into agreement with the Sitka Tribe of Alaska, basically for information sharing in season. We also started the subsistence herring egg harvester surveys. In 2009, the state decided to back out of that agreement, citing concerns by the industry that the Sitka Tribe had access to information or influence that they didn't have. And for the record, it never changed the location of the fishery. It did change nothing. After 2021, or in 2021, after the lawsuit between the state and the Sitka Tribe had ended, we started to engage with the Sitka area management biologist. Had a fairly good rapport with him. We meet basically everything you see in this amended MOA, and this MOA, by the way, is the one from 2002 through 2009. I just took it and changed a few things that weren't pertinent. Since then, since 2001, both myself and Kyle Rosendale have been meeting with the area management biologist in season, either on daily or every other day as needed. We've had a good rapport with him so far. It's resulted in that 200-mile buffer, or not 200-yard buffer, excuse me, on herring sets that are receiving active spawn. He's agreed to that to keep the fishery away from those sets. He's also started the aerial spawn maps. They fly every morning. They get photos of those maps, or photos of those spawn. They'll put it on the map. That's really helped subsistence harvesters locate spawn. We don't have to go out and run around the sound and spend all kind of gas. We can pull up that map, look at it, and know where the spawn is occurring. So there are some positive things that have come out of that recent relationship. We still are continuing the subsistence herring egg harvester surveys. Those have not stopped. And actually, we are looking at entering into a new 5-year agreement with the Division of Subsistence to continue those. So anyway, the agreement is in front of you. It's not something that would be finalized today. It's just something to put in front of you for now. And it would be something, if you direct the commissioner to enter into an agreement, that we would work out behind the scenes down the line.
Thank you, Member Wood.
Yeah, thank you. So are you also working with the department to avoid like user conflicts out there in these different bays? Are you finding that they're paying attention to where sets are so they don't open a commercial fishery there or vice versa?
They have initially, when we came up with this plan, the tribe itself had reached out or put out an announcement to, a public announcement to the harvesters that if they have sets in the water to notify us, and we would transfer that information over to ADF&G. ADF&G also goes out and does boat surveys. If they look in an area they're considering opening and there's spawn in the area and they see sets, that buffer zone goes into effect then. We still have a lot of things to work on. Actually, the proposal on the test sets, that was an issue that we brought it up verbally to the area management biologist. When it got excessive, we felt it was excessive, we wrote an official letter documenting it. So there'll still be those disagreements, and those will be disagreements that we will bring back to you to hopefully settle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next speaker, Paulette.
For the record, Paulette Marino, woman traditional harvester of herring eggs, Alaska Native Intertribal Association representative at this time, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp representative, Central Council Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska representative, Sitka Tlingit and Haida Community Council representative, and customary and traditional harvester. We collectively speak in support of RC 174 and Proposal 190. This was something in 2002 that it has come back to our attention was signed by the Board of Chair for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Edward Dahlstrom, and the Commissioner Frank Rue, and the Sitka Tribe of Alaska Vice Chair, our respected elder, Gilbert Truitt. On this particular RC 174 and B in-season management, item 4 and 5, during in-season meetings to determine fishery openings, the tribe's fish biologist and/or resource protection director and ADF&G will consult regarding whether the proposed opening will affect customary and traditional harvesters. It goes on to read, if the tribe concludes that there is potential for customary and traditional harvesters to be negatively impacted by the proposed opening, the tribe's fish biologist and resource protection director will provide this conclusion and reasoning to the ADF&G liaison verbally and in writing. So under new information, and as being a harvester who will be out there very soon on my boat with hemlock trees, harvesting our traditional foods, some of the things that we see of harvesters is that there is safety concerns that we have, and with an agreement such as this, we wholeheartedly, and again, this is close to 40,000 people that I am speaking humbly to represent at this time that could not be in the room for different reasons. So in conclusion, safety is one of our main concerns. There has been a lot of lives lost, unfortunately, in Sitka Sound. It's very dangerous out there in the waters. This would help us have more communication. It is time to bring this back to the table. This would help us when we do set trees, not only during active spawn, but sometimes in our traditional corridors before spawn, during, that there is clear communication to our sets that we can get the best harvest necessary, the quality of spawn. With good communication, sometimes the department calls and says there's spawn in Middle Island over by what we call the donut hole in different areas, and those are in some of the closed areas, and they will tell us that, which we appreciate. But that doesn't mean that that is a spawn where we are going to set a hemlock tree, because we have to take a lot of other things into consideration. For the first time in my life, and this should be new information to everyone before me at this time, our elders taught us that there would be a 2, 3, or even 4-day soak of our trees. When that happens and things are actually really healthy, not on paper just, but in the water, in the sea, a tree can come up that I would probably need 4 or 5 of other people's help to bring up, because they're called bear claws and they're really thick and they're the best eggs possible. So I would say that this is a collective time that you can go down in history and not just look at technicalities, but do the right thing at the end of the day and come forward and look at how a relationship can be renewed over 2 decades later. We have people at the table. I believe we are going to be able to go forward in a constructive and a powerful and in a timely way. None of your decisions should be made already. Your decisions should be made with the collective voices. We are very passionate about this right here, right now. We want to go home and we want to get this across the line. It is extremely important we get this across the line. Through advice, we took some language out and we replaced it and we edited this. And we have worked, our people have worked around the clock for the last 72 hours to bring this before you in this moment. And it is our hope that this makes it across the line, because we will not beg. We will not beg as a people. We will stand here with our integrity and our dignity, and we will ask you to recognize our traditional knowledge holders and people as people who can help you lift this up and to find the best path forward. We're willing, we're ready. It's the best thing for the herring, and it's the best things as us for neighbors, Alaska Natives, Native Alaskans, and it is the best thing for Yao, the herring. Gunakshoosh. We stand with Sitka Tribe of Alaska on 190.
Thank you, Paulette. Seeing no questions, Charlie, come on up.
For the record, Charlie Skolka Jr., I fully support 190. The past MOA was working. It was. And I really think it's important as we go forward, not just in these meetings, but as people of Southeast go forward and tribes start to be recognized and we start exercising our tribal sovereignty. I think it's in everybody's best interest that we do it working together. This is an opportunity to open that door again that was closed by the state. And it's also an opportunity to do the right thing. And landmark decisions have already been made here. I know they're hard decisions to make, but this is an opportunity to make another landmark decision and bring back something that was working. So I really hope that you guys consider taking on this MOA again. We've got a lot of knowledge that we're willing to share. We're willing to work with you. We're just hoping that you're willing to work with us. And this is another attempt to open that door. And I really appreciate your time, Madam Chairman and Board. I myself don't have a lot of time. I'm an educator, and I work all year during the summers, but my time is important, and I can't imagine how much time you guys have into this. But I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak with you. Gunashchish, Hawa.
Thank you, Charlie. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next.
Gunashchish, thank you. My name is Kakakech. My English name is Kai Montour. I am a citizen of Yakutat Tlingit tribe and the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. I also work for the nonprofit Native Movement doing video production, and I've interviewed many traditional harvesters from Sitka. The most critical question I feel I've asked people is if you could speak to the next 7 generations, what advice or encouragement would you give? The answers have moved me emotionally, mentally, and spiritually more than I can articulate to you in either Tlingit or English. Our cultural practice of making decisions for generations far into the future is one of the things I love the most about my people. I feel that interweaving that practice into this process will bring abundance, strength, and growth for all Alaskans. The benefits of a MOA will strengthen every category and step of resource management. We can strengthen the next 7 generations of each other working together. There's a saying in my language that when everyone in a canoe paddles at the same time, the canoe will move the fastest. I please ask the board to support 190. It's from the very depths of my heart and spirit that I ask you to support 190. Gunashchish.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you. Tom Gamble for the record. At the Board of Fish meetings held in Ketchikan many, many years ago, prior to the 2007 MOA, Many of the board members at the time believed that that MOA would be doomed to fail. It was being referenced as something of a tool that made the fish and game managers speak with the tribe as opposed to an opportunity to communicate. And ultimately, I said this before, I served as a role as a liaison that allowed me the opportunity to learn both sides. If I'm going to do one thing to change this particular motion, I'm also going to include the fleet that it impacts. We can't have co-management without the fishery, correct? So if there's a co-management, we're inviting the user groups to the table. What's been missing, and I see this again through my notes of collaborative management all the way back to '06, was the identification of where they were going to fish and how much they were going to take. We're ultimately always going to come back to that at every board session if we don't determine that. And if we put that in the hands of the management, right in the place where they fish, they're going to know best. I think it's great also if you think how this could help the Board of Fish processes in the future, if you strike deals of co-management with the other 229 federally recognized tribes, not just Sitka tribe. It would have a profound impact on the way the resources are managed, the way you guys could streamline your time. And I think that co-management, again, is opportunity for communication. Almost all of our communication breakdowns involve timing. When a fish and game manager was out on the water and couldn't communicate because of where he was at the time. Some of the elders had grave concerns about the test fishing and the impacts. There were a lot of things that were discussed at that level. I will encourage also that the Board of Fish work closely with the tribes and the tribal governments. I applaud the efforts of every group that stands up for herring, but we are the citizens. We should never take a back seat because we're not a member of a nonprofit board or liked by the nonprofit board. I'm going to be a tribal citizen till I die. Whether I'm liked by a nonprofit or not, I'm going to continue to testify my heart the way I believe it for the people, all of them, not just for one or the other. And so, to the best of my ability, I'm really grateful that we have opportunity to come and talk to the Board of Fish. What I've witnessed, and I'm seeing this now from 2000 all the way to 2024, that the Board of Fish has taken a transition from an almost absolute zero vote of support for tribes' subsistence needs, and understanding that it's not just a tribal subsistence need, it's an Alaskan need. And I've heard some of the compelling compassion in the tones of your voices in questioning some of the areas that could be impacted subsistence zones. I've also heard commercial fishermen state that if the marketability of a fish wasn't right, they were going to be impacted. I don't want to take money out of their pocket. I don't want to set them down, but I don't want them to shut us down either. We're all trying to do something good. If we use herring as one model in Sitka Sound, with a tribe and all of its people, all the user groups, I think everybody here would be satisfied in knowing we might not have to be delving into the depths of herring conversations anymore. We allow the user groups to distribute their own wealth amongst themselves, defined the way it should be. And I'm open for any questions. I really do applaud the time that you guys have spent nearly 2 weeks listening, so thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Questions from the board? Mr. Godfrey.
When discussing co-management, and I'm a member of a tribe. I serve my tribal council. I'm familiar with this. I'm familiar with the concept. I'm familiar with efforts to do it across the country to varying degrees of success and compacting everything else as well. That having been said, are you aware if the tribe had discussed with the user group, the commercial user group, participation, a seat at the table?
Well,
and what they would be proposing here?
At the time, we had a mechanism written into the MOA to develop a task force. And if I may, again, the problem with the task force was that it was heavily favored towards industry. I believe that if we came up with a strategy for a task force that might have been impartial or could be impartial, that co-management could come and listen to all the evidence at a certain time and say that this place is important, we can use this gear, fish or not fish. There's a lot of in-season types of things that are not permitted currently by the management plan that could be strengthened through an MOA like this. We don't know exactly if it was the perfect model, but it opened up the door for communication. But unfortunately, it was a very narrow window of opportunity where the communication was specifically for the tribe, and it kind of pitted a user group against, right? If we come back to the MOA and we remove the he said, she said, finger pointing, and try to figure out how we're actually going to co-manage the sound. I think that almost everybody that's in this room has demonstrated a willingness, if not, you know, the passion to come and support that.
I appreciate you saying that, and thank you for answering my question.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Tom. Devin, come on up.
Devin Calvin. These are my comments, and I'd like to tell you about a personal experience. This last spring, a small group of harvesters, including myself, placed branch sets in an area of massing herring several days prior to the spawn. I called the department describing the placement of our sets and knowing about the department's 200-yard active sets and spawn buffer policy. The department was vocally upset and accused my group of attempting to obstruct the commercial fishery. He later apologized. I ask for collaborative management, not only to provide guidance to reduce undue stress on our area manager, but to lead to this buffer policy and other in-season management actions being formalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Seeing no questions, we'll take the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Samantha Merifern, and I'm fifth generation Alaskan. I was born and raised in Petersburg, Alaska. I've been a crew member for 15 years, and I've been able to participate in Sitka Sacro for the past 10 years. And I'm here not only representing myself, but also my family permit. I know that you guys have had a very long week, and thank you for all the time and effort you've put into this, so I promise I'll make it quick. The Fish and Game has been amazing stewards of this resource. It is evident by the healthy stock that we have here that we're all talking about today. So first and foremost, I think that they do such a wonderful job, we should leave it in their capable hands. It's my humble opinion that if Fish and Game needed any help managing, that they would ask for it. I would ask that you please consider it carefully before saddling them with help that they may not need. I've been a crew member for 15 years in multiple different fisheries, and I would hate for a precedent to be set across the state where we're letting an outside interest co-manage. The word sustainability has been mentioned many times as I've been here today, and this is the last thing I'll say about this, but fishermen also want this fishery and all the fisheries to be sustainable. Fishermen want that too. We want to be able to pass our permits down to our families and our children. So sustainability is our goal, and I think that Fish and Game is the best people to take care of that and to keep sustainability for us. So thank you for all of your work and Fish and Game. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. Member Wood.
Excuse me, just to clarify, did you mean outside interest or user group?
User group, I apologize.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions,
Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan, Klinkenhatta Community Council. I felt compelled to come up and speak real quick on this particular proposal. It's my understanding, and I'm not an expert in this particular fishery, so I don't want to get anything wrong, but it's my understanding that the commercial sacro, some of these boats are part of the test fishery. Is that correct? Can somebody just nod, maybe? Yes, no?
We're not answering questions.
Okay, well, assuming that's the case, that to me is active co-management with a user group to the department. So if the commercial people get to co-manage in that capacity with the department, why can't the tribe? Thank you.
Thank you. Question for Ms. Keenan? Question for Mr. Godfrey.
Yeah, I think I missed the premise of what you just said. Yeah, I caught the upshot, but the premise was the commercial group. What are you saying is tantamount to the commercial group co-managing with the department?
So the whole point is into some effect for the tribe to co-manage or collaboratively manage this fishery. In my opinion, if we have permit holders assisting the department in these test fisheries to determine whether the fish are marketable or not, that is co-management or collaborative management. We're at the tribe, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Sitka tribe, but in my mind, Sitka tribe is asking to do the same thing, collaborative manage, just in a different way. I kind of take offense that some permit holders are collaboratively managing already, but the tribe isn't potentially been able to do it, so.
All right, thanks for clarifying that, Keenan.
Yep. Next speaker.
Yeil tatawu yu hat do sarchli nidi na hatsati. Kuyu kwan Sonia Kwan Yadi I hut. Collaborative management to me is.
Can you state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Yeil tatawu yu hat do sak and Ginger McCormick is what the name you're looking for. Collaborative management to me would be bringing really important indigenous science that's existed in this territory since time immemorial, over 10,000 years. I come from Sonia Kwan, which is Saxman, and my people have been there for more than 5 generations. We've been there since time immemorial. My grandfather, Wilkie Kushnick and Tilly Kushnick, used to come to these all the time. And I hope in a couple generations I don't have to come to these. I can go to my tribe because you guys will be having collaborative management. You didn't do that in Saxman. You didn't do that in Sonia Kwan. We don't have a spawn to go set in. I ask that you deal with the tribes that are near you in those waters, because those are the indigenous scientists. Those are the ones that have been there and descendants of those territories. And without their voices, then you're not having good management. Good management doesn't exist. And if you're looking what collaborative management looks like, look at the Klamath tribe and how they're bringing their fish back. Look at the Paiutes in the canyons and how they're collaborative management. Look at how the fish wars in the 1980s when they chose not to do collaborative management, and now they do. If you're looking for resources and other things like that, they're out there. But collaborative management isn't really an option. It's a must, because you are going to ruin their spawn just like you've ruined ours. So I'm asking that you support Sitka Kwan, a Sitka tribe, and I'd hope you guys did collaborative management, because as scientists, you want the best scientists out there, and the best ones in this case are the indigenous scientists. That's all I had to say. Kanakshish.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Thank you very much. I'll take the next speaker, please.
For the record, Peter Bradley. What is being offered to you by Sitka Tribe in RC 174, I hope it isn't received as a burden or an imposition, but as a gift. I'm referring to Proposal 190. I became interested in this issue first and foremost by, well, first sitting in on meetings happening in 2017, 2018, but then by going back and listening to how elders were received in 1997, and then seeing the same patterns in process in 2018 and 2022. There's a lot of knowledge here available to the department. The department does need help counting herring, managing herring, dealing with this task responsibly is a huge challenge. And so it isn't to pick on the department that I say this, but there have been major issues in the assessment in 14 of the last 25 years. And those have been the years of most accurate assessment by the department. But from 1999 to 2010, the department's understanding of the age structure was in total havoc because, there was one person at ADF&G responsible for looking at scales in that time, and they were reading the scales wrong. And so every year, you heard about a missing age class, a missing year of fish. Every year in that decade, the age structure looked different. Add to that these two, big overestimates, and you have your 14 years of total mystery box assessments. Use the knowledge that is available to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Seeing no questions, I'll take the next speaker.
Richard Jackson, I'll be representing the Grand Camp of Alaska Brotherhood. I'm the Grand President Emeritus. I look at the draft MOA that really was a draft that was a MOA that was established between the tribe of Sitka and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. There was withdrawal from it by Sitka, I believe, but that does have that option in the last page, and 30 days you can withdraw. It looks as if they came to an agreement that they do a collaborative effort back when it began, and the idea of co-management is not viable because the state doesn't go into co-management. And this is just a collaborative effort that deals with just two things, the harvesting and the commercial stock row and how they relate to each other. And there are established in the pages called Communication and Collaborative Agreement, a tribal engagement process and the fish and game process. And also, the pre-season management, in-season management, and so on. Data gathering and annual customary traditional harvesting and monitoring. And it sounds like that's a good relationship that should have continued, and it was withdrawn, but it looks like it would be a good time to get together. I've done many MOUs with the Grand Camp with the Forest Service, and as the as the president of KIC, we've done MOAs with house consortiums, and in every one of the MOAs there's a section where you can withdraw. I think this MOA is viable and has a great promise for a relationship between both the tribe and Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Seeing no board questions, we'll have the next speaker. Keenan, come on up.
Just real quick, Keenan Sanderson, but right now I'm as a staff person for the Ketchikan Indian Community and the Cultural Resources Department. So one of the things that is potentially cautioning people is that this is precedent setting, and I understand you guys aren't the federal government, but in my capacity at the tribe here in Ketchikan, we already do collaborative and co-management with the United States Forest Service on Ooligan on the Chinook or the Unique River right in our back door. I don't know the entire history. I wish I knew a little bit more, but ever since I've been as a staff person for the Ketchikan Indian community, we've sent staff alongside the United States Forest Service to do the best that we can to enumerate the fish to the best of our ability so that we can bring that fishery back to life since it's been decimated for the past 2 decades plus. Obviously, we don't have the resources that the Forest Service does, so we don't pull as much weight as they do, but we offer everything that we possibly can. We offer our staff time, myself and our environmental specialist. We do everything that we can to secure grant funding, and thankfully in the past, I believe it's 4 years, we've gotten about $500,000 in grant funding to study Ooligan on the Unique River. These are the kinds of things that again, I'm not speaking on behalf of Sitka Tribe, but I believe these are the kinds of things that they want to work with you, not against you, but with you to make sure that this fishery is going to be sustainable in perpetuity. So, and I don't know the full history of the Board of Fish and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Maybe this is precedent setting, even though an MOA has already been signed in the past in 2002, but it certainly isn't unprecedented in collaborative fisheries management in Ketchikan. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Keenan. Seeing no question, we'll take the next speaker.
For the record, Paulette Marino, I've been given permission to talk on an elder's behalf. Delbert Kadake from Cake. Delbert says and would like me to share, and I share these words with him because I see him out on the sea to harvest. I've been getting herring eggs for over 50 years, he says. We used to have more in the past, and now in the present it is very slow years. All it is doing is taking our fish. I want it to be around for the future. Take care of it. Pace it for a while. What happens in the different areas in Juneau and the ports, they already wiped them out. Listening to the fish and game, sometimes they don't want to be corrected, but we are here to help lift them up. There is just Shitka left. They will just go back down south if they lose this stock. We trust that we can find a way collaboratively to do this together. Our knowledge is sacred and confidential. If we answer all their questions and share all our knowledge, it may be used against us. But I was told when we were not there in person, as many of the villages cannot be today, data is brought up. Be careful with data. Do what is right at the end of the day. The fishery changed a lot over the years. The herring do not even come to spawn. There are less and less before they reach the old spots from the years of the past. They say we don't stress them out, but they do get stressed out. And the mass sets, they get scattered. We all share the resource. Delbert says he kept track of the spawn a few times over the past and gave some records and logbooks to NSSA. He wasn't sure what happened to those. He usually brings a second, and I can bear witness to this. Delbert says, I usually bring the first and second load of herring eggs for Sitka people, 20 to 30. Sometimes 50 or more trees to thank them for letting us know we are harvesting there. And then I take them in my boat to Cake and Angoon. It goes all over the world. Both the native and non-native people share it. We have to bring more, and I'm almost done, because we run out. People try to pay us, but we do not take the money. They could barter for it with us for seal oil, for hooligan grease, and for many other things. So 50 to 60 is not enough anymore. It's not just natives on the dock that like the herring eggs. It's everybody. This is from an elder in Cake who could not be here today, one that I see on the water, and I thank you, Ganeshish, for letting me share his words. These are not my own, but I stand with him. Ganeshish.
Thank you, Paulette, and thank you to Delbert. Steve, do you want to bring us home?
It's been a long few days, huh? Steve Johnson, for the record. I would encourage you guys to look at the RC and consider approving the language in the RC. This idea of collaborative management, it's not new. It takes a lot of elements from things that we've done in the past, and it borrows a lot of elements from things that we are currently doing. And it creates a framework so that we can build in the future. And there's one thing we can all agree on. All fishermen, whether subsistence, commercial, sport, we all have one thing in common, and that's that we just love to fish. We love to do what we do. And we have another thing in common, that every time we have these conflicts, it costs us money. It costs us money to travel here. It costs us staff time as a tribe. The burden of these things is really heavy. And so I'm hoping that this thing moves forward and that in the future, we can all work together more to do the thing that we love, and that's be on the water, and not spend as much money as we have to. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Mr. Wood.
Steve, do you know the history of why the last MOA went defunct?
Well, there's a lot of perspectives, and it depends on who you ask. From my perspective, I think it was personalities,
Thank you.
and not one side or the other, just, you know, general disagreement, which we have a lot of with these things.
No further questions. We've got one final speaker, and we'll wind it up with that.
I'll try and be quick. Ron Blake, Cordova, Alaska. I started fishing my own boat 35 years ago, and I've been into most of, if not all of the commercial, the ADF&G offices south of the Aleutians. And I've never been turned away unless the biologists are busy. And I've always felt heard. So when we talk about this collaboration, I don't see where this proposal is necessary, because that's what we already have. I have a hard time believing that if the tribe really reached out to Fish and Game in a meaningful way, that they would not work with them, because that's just what they've done for 35 years with me. Thank you.
Thank you. No question. We're finished. We're finished. I'm sorry.
We're done. He already called it. Thank you.
The fishermen have collaborated with you, but we have not. We haven't been given that opportunity since the MOA was taken away from us.
Okay. All right. Thank you for everybody who participated this afternoon. Thank you for sharing. I think it was a good conversation. And we will get back together tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. to deliberate Group 6. We're done for the day. Thank you.